Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday, but it's Friday. Yeah, it's Super Old Game almost Saturday, but we are not on tomorrow night for a reason. That being that we're going to be recording some off-screen footage for something you're going to see in about 2 months. So for that reason, we got Friday's show tonight, and next week is going to be Saturday, because I said on last week's show saying I don't know if it's going to be Friday or Saturday. It's going to be Saturday for next week. But for tonight, for your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness, the long weekend has ended. The weekend is here, thank God. And for that, we're going back to a franchise we have not shown fully in a while. One we've done previews of over the past couple of years. Including the game we're playing tonight. And you can kind of get a sense of maybe the theme of it based on what you're seeing on the Switch 2 screen. And it is the first game in the Kirby franchise that I ever played. We're playing Kirby's Dream Course, which came out on September 21st of 1994 in Japan for Super Famicom. And the US got it on February 1st of 1995. And then it was Europe that got it in later in 1995 on August 24th. This was co-developed by HAL Laboratory, who's made a lot of the Kirby games, but it was also developed by Nintendo Entertainment and Analysis and Development, that being Shigeru Miyamoto's side of Nintendo as far as back in the day. This is a spin-off of Kirby, one of many that he's had. And on the line here, Super Kirby Clash kind of is a spin-off as far as how that is, as far as what we got. And Kirby's no stranger to that, because even though he started on the Game Boy originally, as far as a 2D platforming game, there are other cases where companies, or Nintendo should say, were thinking, hey, we can kind of twist him around in different places. In the same year, they also released Kirby's Avalanche, which was also on Super Nintendo. They put him into a puzzle game. And also around the same area was Kirby's Pinball Land for Game Boy and Kirby's Block Ball, which is also on Game Boy, the latter of which was a takeoff on Breakout, the Atari game. But for this one, it actually started not as a Kirby game. It started as a game called Special Tee Shot. I'll have a picture of what this is, and it's worth pointing out this is a game that they were designing as far as the idea of what Kirby's Dream Course was. Kind of a mixture of a golf game and a billiards game. Maybe leaning more the golf direction, but it kind of has bits and pieces kind of going each way. They said, okay, we liked where we're going with this, but they said it's missing that certain something, and so they canceled it. And then they rebuilt the project again with Kirby as far as the focus. But then the canceled version did get released in Japan in 1996 via the Satellaview service of the Super Famicom. So it is a case where you're able to go online with the Super Nintendo in order to play games off of it. And I think most, if not all, of the Satellaview stuff has been archived by now. So in that case, since for that service, kind of like the Sega Channel in this country, you had to go online and be set at the times when the game was available. And I think it also was based on time of day, I think, maybe. It's something you didn't have physical ownership of it, or really any ownership of it, but I think it's been archived as far as how that is. But for this one, they said, well, let's twist it around as far as Kirby to turn, as I mentioned, into something of a golf game. And interestingly enough, the first Kirby game I ever played. I was talking to a lot of people when it came to this before we did tonight's show, saying, what was your first case of Kirby? Some people were there with him from the start with Kirby's Dream Land, but others said Kirby's Dream Land 2. I had heard Kirby Super Star. I heard cases of Kirby's Epic Yarn from the Wii being a case of that. Another game that, like this one, is something that didn't start as a Kirby game, but in some ways you might not be able to tell as far as looking at it. And so it was kind of a varied case, but then I was like, you played one of the spin-offs first. Yeah, because I think I saw the commercial for this, as well as Kirby's Avalanche. They bundled kind of the two together in the sense that they came out around the same time in the US. And I'll have a link to that commercial as far as below. But something I rented this game, I was kind of not sure what it was doing. I think it was one of the earliest golf games I played, aside from the Microsoft Golf games from PC. Because my late grandfather, as I mentioned, he was a big one into golf. And actually, in this case, this is the first full game of golf we're playing on the show. Though it is worth pointing out, we have previewed this game before. That was 3 years ago. I'll have that link below in our new Kirby's Dream Course playlist, because we did look at that when we played Pilot Wings for Super Nintendo, because we had a little bit of a mini sampler in that one. Because we looked at that, but we also gave demonstrations of Pilot Wings 64, again, Waver 64 Shido Pack version, and this game, because our chat was asking about it. So I said, yeah, we're on this console, let's take a look at it. Although in that case it was Switch 1, so we're on Switch 2 now. But I think with that, we can get ourselves started, and we can also talk about Tomodachi Life, the Living the Dream that came out a couple days ago. Actually, no, it came out yesterday. But I was playing the demo, and we had some hilarious stories going on. And anything else with Kirby, because it's been a long time since we come back to Kirby. I know that we talked about doing Kirby's Adventure for NES. I know, like first mentioned, we played Wario Land 3, that he had a catharsis he wanted to get out on that game, because the end of that game is so insanely hard. And I'd never beaten that game either, but I said I want to get myself ready as far as that, and I didn't feel I was ready for it. That, and also I think when we do that, I do want to show off its remake as well, that being Kirby Return to Dreamland. Oh no, Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland for the Game Boy Advance, which is not on Switch Online yet, weirdly enough. But in that case, I said I can give you this one now and give a full look. And a good one now that spring is finally here, although depending where you are, it might be more like summer. Alright, so we are on the Super Nintendo app, and I do have the Super Nintendo controller again. As far as what's been added since we last looked, we finished Yoshi's Island a couple of months ago. Yeah, I don't think they've added anything new. I think everything here that was there before was present. They did update for NES a week or so ago, but outside of that, no, not much. Honestly, I think the most I've had on classic Super Nintendo action has been a lot of the classic game compilations that I've gotten in the mail. Specifically the Bubsy, the Perfect Collection that came out, as well as the Nickelodeon Splat Pack, both of which do have Super Nintendo games on them. But yeah, nothing as far as Switch Online, as far as stuff new. Here's Kirby's Dream Course. Let's take a look at the details. Yeah, it says here you're stepping up to the chief, the wackiest game of golf, but it's a case where we don't have any clubs. But we don't need them as far as this one. As far as the plot of this game, which they don't really go into here, they're basically saying, yeah, you have 64 holes in all you have to go through as far as 8 courses, but there are also 8 extra courses. We're going to show them off as well. The plot of this game is the idea that the stars in Dreamland will keep everybody happy and, I guess, feasibly, able to live their lives correctly, but one day the stars go missing, and the inhabitants of Dreamland, they fall into a deep depression. And it's interesting, that seems to be a theme with some games of Nintendo's, like Yoshi's Story is a similar concept, which is when the Super Happy Tree goes missing, all the adult Yoshis become depressed. Although in the case of this game, it's something where all the inhabitants of Dreamland, they stop eating. So either they're going on a hunger strike, or they're so in bad shape of themselves, they're saying, we're gonna just not eat. And Kirby's saying, that's bad. I mean, things could go on. There's like, are the stars never gonna come back? It's worth pointing out, when we looked at this a couple years ago, I didn't actually have the plot right, because I said it was like, oh, it's stealing all the food the same way that Kirby's Dreamland was. But no, the stars are what's stolen. Well, okay, they initially were thought not to be stolen. In the manual, which I'll link to as far as below when I edit, Kirby thinks that King Dedede did it. To be fair, he kind of did, in the sense of it being given away early because of the fact that Castle Dedede is flying in the air. So in that case, for years I was kind of under the impression with this plot of saying, hey, did Kirby just profile Dedede for doing something wrong that he didn't do? And then Dedede said, you know what, fuck you, Kirby, I'm going to just do it anyway. And, which ended up proving Kirby's point, but then we had to defeat him. But actually, the detail in the manual does state that Kirby's heading off for Castle Dedede, so it does show that it is something floating in the sky, which is reflected there. It's not reflected in the game as far as that us seeing that until we get to the end of the game. At that point, it does emphasize the idea that Kirby has a hunch. He says, okay, King Dedede is probably the cause of the problem here. And he said, all right, we're going to take care of that. As we have Gemini96 coming in with Poochie. So good to see you tonight, Gemini96. We're playing Kirby's Dream Course for Super Nintendo. We've talked about this game. He's witnessed the practice. I hope I'm ready as far as this. And he's also someone who really loves this game. It's also something, I don't know, do we want to do a second chance at some point? You want to have your case going on with this eventually, we can do that. But in the meantime, feel free to let your memories flow on this one. And anything else Kirby. And anything else with golf games, because this is the first full game of golf we're playing on the program. Also, one thing to mention. We're going to show off all the courses as far as this game for the truly outrageous checkerboard challenge that says on the box. But I'm also going to give credence to the SP versions. Now, we've mentioned this very briefly, but we haven't necessarily gone into this explicitly. The idea that on Switch Online, particularly for NES and Super Nintendo, there's some games on this that they give you an SP special, little banner on the side of it. As far as what Super Nintendo has, there's Kirby's Dream Land 3, there's Kirby Super Star, which is the last Kirby game we played fully. That was with Crusader64 and myself. We had a blast playing that one. And then Super Mario Kart, Super Mario World, Super Metroid, and Super Punch-Out. And that's it. Basically what these are is they're kind of completed save files or completed variances of them. Basically they're saying here, there's a special version of the game where basically everything is unlocked. With everything opened up, you could do everything as far as it, including the extra courses. And the reason I'm saying I'm going to give credence on this one is because although I did practice, the way that unlocking the extra courses in this game works, from what I've understood, is that you have to go through and you have to get medals on everything. And I don't know if you have to get because you can get gold, silver, and bronze medals and everything. I don't know if you have to get them on every single course, or if it has to be a special kind of medal, like if you have to get silver or better or something like that. I don't know, so I said, just in case, we're going to go through the full game as is, beating that completely, but for the purpose of showing all the unlocks, I said, for this case, we'll have this as a backup just to show, and also because we haven't really shown the SP side of things for this one. I figured may as well do that. As far as just give an idea what the other ones are, for Kirby's Dream Land 3, they give you the unlockable modes for that, or everything, saying, on the Japanese website, games these days are difficult. Wouldn't you like to glide along smoothly and easily? The way is over because Kirby's back ready to play with anyone and everyone. The idea of, I guess, giving accessibility to everybody wanting to pick a game up, and then playing this game and realizing, yeah, it can get kind of hard as you go along. And we haven't done this game yet, as far as how it is. And then Superstars, we did show Superstar fully. It basically has everything unlocked. Since that game, we knew we had to unlock everything, and it wasn't necessarily anything super special. It was something where we said, okay, that worked fine as far as how it is. Another stuff of Kirby, there's Kirby's Avalanche. That is the puzzle game that is Puyo Puyo, both Kirby. So, follow me on this one. Nintendo had to go to Sega to get this, because Sega has the rights to Puyo Puyo now, as is the case. And then Dreamland 3, which was the last game of Nintendo's, by the way, on Super Nintendo in the US. And the other one that Japan got, that being Kirby Star Stacker, sometimes called Kirby Super Star Stacker. This is the Super Famicom version of Kirby Star Stacker from Game Boy. The Game Boy version is up on Switch Online as well. It was the last Kirby game on the system as far as it, but we didn't get that until the Switch Online brought it to us. And Superstar, which is awesome. And we'll definitely go into more stuff as far as Kirby and other stuff, so I think that let's get ourselves started. Okay. I'll let the intro play a little bit, and since we did show the tutorials last time in the perspective of Crusader 64 because he loves them so much, which since we already did show it, I don't know if I'll necessarily give a whole perspective of that, although for this game, it's kind of good they have it because there's a lot of skill to this game. Even when I first played, I said, wow, there's a lot of depth to this that you might not think it has. You might think, oh, we're playing golf, we'll see the demo showing, and they do the thing that a lot of games around this era did, particularly like Pilot Wing 64, and I love that, which is where they, well, the game, I love that game, of course, but also the case where they show you the buttons being pressed on the controller and saying, oh yeah, press the button here and go along, because basically you kill the enemies on the field, and we kill all of them except the last one. The last one turns into the hull. So it makes it so that actually you can clear the levels pretty much any way you want, as far as you think, well, I'd rather make this shot to get the hole to appear somewhere else, or make it harder on yourself saying, hey, I want the hole to appear on a hill or something like that. But as far as the game is concerned, as I mentioned, it was a game that started as Specialty Shot, that they then retooled as a Kirby game, and then they released that game on Super Famicom by the Satellaview. And also this game was going to have a sequel on Nintendo 64, that being Kirby Ball 64 or Kirby Bowl 64. It's one of a couple games of Kirby's that never came out. The other one being, oh god, I don't remember what it is. Chat, do you remember? There was a Kirby game, and I'm not joking about this, that was by the people who are making Grand Theft Auto 6 currently now, and I'm not kidding about that at all. DMA Design doesn't mean anything design, as they were known back in the day. They made Uniracers for Super Nintendo for them, as far as Nintendo published. I'm shocked Switch Online hasn't gotten that one. A really underrated kind of racing stunt game. But as part of that, they said we kind of had an idea for a Kirby game. It never materialized, but as far as Kirby Ball or Kirby Bowl 64, that also didn't materialize exactly, as unfortunately Kirby's getting spiked. But he'll be okay as far as it. But then also that game was then turned into Kirby's Air Ride. Not Kirby Air Ride, Kirby's Air Ride, that being the Nintendo 64 original version that they were planning. But though that game was worked on for a while, I think it was some of the people who made 1080 Snowboarding who worked on that and took some of the assets from that into 1080 Snowboarding from what I remember reading. It was a case where that game did not materialize until the GameCube era, and then it was even when it did, it was definitely a lot different. But the idea of like canceled Kirby games, in this case being a case of that, meaning that, yeah, there's connective tissue to this and Kirby's Air Ride, or Kirby Air Ride as is. Alright, as I mentioned the plot as far as how it is, and the last thing I'll mention, which we're not hearing a whole lot of, well, the music. It is, Hirokazu Ando who did the music, who's done music for tons of Kirby games. Starting with Kirby's Adventure for NES, he was involved in Kirby's Dream Land 2, Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards, which we played, and most recently, Kirby in the Forgotten Land, and its, new DLC episode for Switch 2, that being Starcrossed World. He also did music for Arcana for Super Nintendo, Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 64, Super Smash Bros. Melee for GameCube, and Box Boy for 3DS. As far as the idea of this game, who originally devved this, or designed this, it was Tatsuya Hishida who designed the special T-Shot version, but a lot of that work went in here. Who directed Stunt Race effects for the Super Nintendo, as well as did coordination on Mole Mania, which is an underrated puzzle game from 1997 from Game Boy. I'd like to see that on Switch Online. That's a really good game. He also did the gameplay direction of Eternal Darkness, Sandy's Requiem for the GameCube, believe it or not. And he also directed the rarest game on the GameCube, if you want to call it a game, that being Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire. Good luck getting a copy of that, by the way, now. It's like $1,000-something, based on how they sold it. I think it was through Nintendo themselves. But also, this game was designed by Shinya Takahashi, who directed Wave Race 64, which is celebrating 30 years of itself this year. And I love my Wave Race 64, so right there, think about another case of saying, taking a game with an interesting setup and an interesting presentation and delivering on it so well. Although in the case of Wave Race, it was something where we did have a Game Boy version prior, as was the case. But he also did design work on Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket for the mobile devices now. And also did CG work for Super Mario RPG for Super Nintendo, both the Pokemon Stadium games for Nintendo 64. And he's a pretty prolific producer on a bunch of Nintendo games, including most recently Pokemon Pokopia, Pokemon Champions, and Mario Tennis Fever. So he's still working to this very day as far as Nintendo, as the case of that. And I think with that, I think we're set to get ourselves started, as Kirby's going to get showing us what we're going to do. And I'll explain how we go, even though I'm going to skip the tutorials for now, but we can show them as far as how it is, because there is a lot to digest here. And maybe that's something where, even though initially it may be a bit opposing, and it kind of was to me when I was growing up renting this, it's something where I got into it and started playing. I was like, oh yeah, it's pretty cool. But now it's damn, it's like, yeah, get on with the show. Yeah, demo play, by the way, is we're going to see as far as if you're going to do the stuff for showing the demonstrations, which demonstrates how you have to play the game, or how you can play the game, and all the nice tricks you got, and also the abilities, but I will indicate those myself. There's also a two-player. I'll demo the two-player later just to show the idea of what it is. We could have a separate show for it at some point. But we're going to start playing course. And it's wonderful music. Okay, just to give you a couple ideas of what we got. As far as your save slots on this, you have members. You can also erase members. You have up to 4 of them on the card. You can also look at rankings going across each course, and you're seeing the name, although not so much a name as the picture, as well as the highest class, the highest medal they've gotten for the purpose of it, as well as the highest round they've gotten, and the lowest score. Because remember, it's golf rules, so you want to have the lowest score as much as you can. So you want to try and go for holes in one if you can get them, and where you can get them. And they have them for all 8 of the courses, and they also will have them for the extra courses when we look at those. And they go based on top 9. Which I did not know that they went that way. Okay, so you can have a look at your members. I have 2 of them here. This is one, actually, right. That was one, I think, when they first dropped it on this. This is the one I created last time we looked at this as far as preview. We did about half an hour's worth of a look. We're going to create a new member and get ourselves set. Okay. So name entry, this is kind of interesting because it's not a case where you're typing in a traditional name, saying like, oh yeah, let's write out Sogs. I mean, I can write that out with a pencil, but I'm writing it out with a pencil and I'm not using the mouse. This is not using the Super Nintendo mouse, not that there would be a reason to use it, I don't think. I do have this on Super Nintendo physically, so it would be a case where, yeah, if I used it, I probably would have known by now. But in this case, you basically just kind of draw whatever you want. Use L and R to kind of look around. Say, you can run the pencil, you can do stamps of the nice Kirby eyes and mouth, the star, the invincibility lollipop, which is not really in this game, 1-up, which is not in the game the same way, the maximum tomato, and then circles of various cases. Actually, in some ways, it's not similar maybe to how Kirby's Adventure begins. When you first boot that game up, the first thing it says, how to draw Kirby. That's kind of interesting. Shows the idea that I think Nintendo had this kind of playful perspective. Now, in that case, we got, I guess, Kirby there, so you can have a sense of that. There goes going, hi. But we can also kind of play around with that. But I was like, okay. Actually, in some ways, I'll tell you what this reminds me of. Maybe it's because of all my walking along the boardwalk recently with all the families appearing now. The case of saying, you know, like, hey, you have like face paintings or things doing during the summer or something like that. Also looks like that, although I don't know if I want to put the star there. But also because you're also, in cases of that, it's going to overlap, so, I want to see something. Since Gemini 96 you're running with Poochie the dog, I want to see if maybe I can make some dog ears. Well, that looks like a box. I don't know. And besides, when it comes to the dog in Kirby, Hold on. What do you think about that? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. That doesn't. Oh, you know, I have them droop down a little bit. Yeah, because like they say about the dogs, deer ears hang low. All right, here we go. Okay, that's sort of it, but it's off on the side. You know what? We can fill it in. Yeah, so in this case, you can kind of take a few minutes just to say, like, let's play around and just put name in, or take a look what this is going to look like. Okay. All right, I guess that's, yeah, I guess Kirby's a good boy as far as the idea what that is, and then, I don't know. I guess we'll just start up, why not? And I'm trying to think what else would be a good case. I don't know. I don't know, something else I could draw on him? No, I don't know. I think that looks good to me. Let's go. Okay. So we have 8 courses to start. As I mentioned, there are 8 extras, but we're going to start on course 1 of default. You can run on lives in this game. You have to be careful because you can run into game over, although there's a case where if you do get game over, you have infinite continues. But if that's the case, you do have to come back and start the course again. As far as we have course 1, let's go. You do get the little intro cinematics the way a lot of the other Kirby games have. They show also the copy abilities going on here. It's like, yeah, this could be a great shot, but yeah, just inches away. And Wispy Wood's over there blinking, saying, hey, what's going on? Okay, so here's how the game works. You have a guide here as far as how he's going. Hit down on the D-pad, you can almost extend it out to get a little bit of a sense further where you're going to go. So in that case, saying, hey, it's going to bounce around. Use L and R button to kind of go on 90-degree angles if you want to just quickly do turning. Or you can turn freely with left and right on the directional pad if you want to go more specific as far as how that is. But if you're also saying, hey, I want to go over to the right there, that seemed like maybe a little off as far as that, just hit L or R and it comes back to you. Also, hit up, you have a jump shot. Basically what that does, you're going to have to use that to get to some enemies, but right now you don't have to. You basically use that and it'll give you a sense of like where it's going to go. Also, the other thing you don't want to do, just to give a sense of this, is you don't want to go out of bounds. If you go out of bounds, well, it's not going to show that way, but if you do go out of bounds, you lose a life. You just hit the Y button, bring up your screen there, of which you have your picture, which will see that the whole game, the hole you're on, your current shot as far as the hole, and then your tomatoes. Those are your, I guess your energy as far as how it is, because every time you make a shot, you lose one of those tomatoes, but every time you defeat an enemy, you get a tomato back. You have 4 of them on your person at once. If you keep taking shots without getting enough tomatoes and you deplete them all, you lose a life, which is at number 2 down there. You also instantly lose a life if you fall off. Hit the Y button, you can also look around and take a look at the map and see, like, yeah, well, everything out here, what's going on. Or if it's a case of saying, no, I just want to go back to Kirby, just let go, and you're all set. And also you have the picture of Kirby there, which gives a sense of abilities when we're going to get them. And in that case, then what happens is that you hit the B button to bring up this. Basically, you can angle your shot the same way you would in a golf game, saying you can curve it, moving left or right. It does show the idea how it's going to go, going to corkscrew based upon that. You can also, if you were doing a jump shot, you can do that. So you can move left and right as far as how that is. But you can also move up and down. So basically, at that point, you put top spin or back spin onto Kirby when you shoot off with him. But in that case, if it says OB, it means that you're going to be heading out of bounds if that shot goes wrong. Or in that case, saying, oh, you can go backwards. So basically, in that case, given how this is, you can make a shot saying, I'll hit there, but then I'll bounce and go backwards. Or I can kind of curve it that way, saying, I'll go over there if I want to. But for the purpose of this, I don't have to do that yet. But there's cases where we're going to have to as we go along. As far as everything else, X button doesn't do anything. Select button is looking at your scorecard. This shows you that the best score is, as far as the default case of it, it's 19. So we have to do better than that to get a medal. I'll try and see if we can do that. And then start button is your pause menu. You can go back to the course select screen if you want to quit the game. We're not quitting, we just started. So for this, hit the A button, you get yourself into shot form. And you have here that'll show this, and hit the A button, you start the golf swing up. It'll go up only once, so you press the A button, and it will go up, go do 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 do, and you have to hit the button somewhere within that, otherwise it shoots off at the very bottom. But also, depending on your power, that's going to help as far as being able to get the enemies defeated. So we're seeing here, we have these 3 enemies, and we're seeing here if I put the longer guide on. This is not necessarily going to make you shoot further if you push down to do it, but it's also something that it gives you a little bit of a sense of saying, where am I going? What's this potentially going to look like based on how my shot goes? Okay, so we're good at that and saying, okay, I want to defeat these enemies, but also get a sense of where do I want to get the whole set. Because you can do this really any way you want. I could just individually defeat each and every one of these, and then they'll appear on whichever one. But based on how this is, the way I tend to do this is I go here and I'll bounce off the side here, so it's almost got a billiards feel on top of me in the golf feel. I kind of want to make that one right there turn in the hole. And also make it so that when I shoot, because as soon as I kill the second one, that's going to turn in the hole instantly. So what I want to do is I want to take the shot and make it powerful enough so I can get across. I'm going to go about 3/4 of the way up. So hit A button to start that off. That's a little less, but that should be okay, I think. And maybe with me bouncing off, that'll be good. Ooh, there you go. Awesome. Hold on. If you're going to hold one, you get an extra life. So you're going to want to try and get as many of those as you can. Also, if you're wondering why I looked like I kind of expanded myself as I was going along with that, it's a pretty unique mechanic this game has. When you do jump shots, or also, I confirmed this off screen. I was asking you, Gemini96, about this, but I did confirm this off screen. If you press the A button at the right time, you get further distance, and that also means that if you bounce off of a wall, if I hit the A button right as I hit that wall, I will bounce further. But it also works for jumps. So basically what that means is that if I take a jump shot and I bounce down, as soon as I hit the ground and hit the A button again, you'll bounce further. So you can use that to make further jumps based upon how that is. Now for this, you also have the arrow perspective. Basically you go over that pad. Based on your speed, it'll push you in that direction. It'll basically go straight. So I could aim right for that and basically go on that, so it'll take me into that enemy. The other thing you could do, and I'm going to try this, I think. I'm going to bounce off here, because then if I bounce off there and bounce there, it'll take me down into the valley, and I might be able to get over there quicker. But we'll try. Also, as we're pointing out, when it comes to your shots, you saw that it turned yellow as far as how I had it set, but if you hit at the top, it's a perfect shot. It turns pink. And in that case, you will shoot off. And if you're doing a jump shot, which is the jump shots going on later, if you do it perfectly, and also I'll show one thing. I'm not taking the jump shot on this one. See the little green line there? What you want to do is you want to get the green line to match where the white line is, and that's going to be dependent upon how you set the shot up. So if I wanted to, I won't do this, but I'll do this later a lot. I can put it here, and then so basically that white line is down at the bottom, or I can say, well, let me put it here. It's there. So if you time the shot perfectly, which means that you have to get the green line where the white line is, and get a perfect shot getting it pink at the top on the bar, Kirby will follow that path, or any path you have as far as that directly. But that also means that, in this case, if he does follow that directly, I'm going to die. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to aim this way, and then just take a shot. And one thing I've noticed when it's come to this game is that, maybe just me, but I will sometimes overshoot shots. And your shots, as far as on your ground shots, they're usually more powerful than you think they are. Particularly in my case, I've known that. Or I've noticed that, I should say. So, I could shoot to basically nothing, but I want to shoot a little below quarter of the way, I think. Or about quarter of the way, that'll work. Alright, never mind. Well, there you go. That shows what happens. And also, since I didn't make that shot, it's a case where I lost tomato and didn't get one back. But in this case, I can just kick it in, basically. Alright, there you go. Alright, not too bad. Alright, here we go. Now we're gonna get to where copy abilities come in place. With enemies you defeat, the ones that are flashing, they have an ability. That one is jump. I can go get that. You can also say, screw this, I don't want it. And next, well, for this, no, I do want this. So I shoot right up the hill. You get that boom, 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 boom. And we hear that, it means that you can use your ability. And you can still use it while you're rolling. But I didn't want to use it right now, because the jump, you jump higher and also can get you some speed going because of that jump. Which sometimes is the case where I get myself in trouble running that. So let's go about... That's too little. See, now I'm being too careful, but also I want to check my shot a little. Like that. Ah, crap. Okay, and if you're down to your last two tomatoes, he gets tired going, ooh. Which is interesting. Crusader64's perspective on that was saying, why do you sound like an owl? And we asked Ack, who's kind of an expert of the modern Kirby games in particular, saying, is there an owl character in this franchise? And, yeah, I think there is one of them in one of the later ones. So maybe that was what he's doing. It also is a case where, yeah, basically the sense that he's getting tired. But this course is also going to start, or this hole is going to give you hazards. Two in particular. You have spikes and you have Gordo over there. If you hit into Gordo or you hit those spikes, you instantly lose a tomato, no matter what. And there's a nasty thing I learned during my test as far as this, or my practice, I should say, when it comes to when these start moving. So, what you also want to use is the warp points. That warp point there, you see an arrow over there, it'll shoot me off, and then it takes you out the other side. Some of those are multiple, so it's tough to tell which one you come out of, but for this one, it's pretty clear. And basically show the arrow going that way. So what I want to do is I want to hit this enough, but I don't want to hit it too hard, because if I do hit it too hard, I'm going to come out of that too fast, and I'm going to crash into Gordo. But I didn't, so we're set. Now for this, I could make this shot, but one thing I want to try, I want to see if I can do a jump shot in a better way. Because you can also angle it enough so it looks like, oh yeah, I'm going to go backwards. So let me see what I can do. And sometimes for something like this, you want to, like real golf, get a read of what the lie is going to be, but in all honesty, I don't think it's going to help me much. The other thing I also could do is I could try curving it. But also, will the curve hit that one? And also, you cannot rotate around, which would be interesting if you could do that to get a sense of saying, hey, am I going to hit that one right there? But I'm going to... You can kind of read it. My thought is, I don't know if I'm going to go get there in time, or get there enough. Okay, I do have to curve it a bit like that. Because you keep curving afterwards. I did curve a lot. You also curve when you bounce off the wall. And it will default your shot to default, or default it to its normal stance. You don't have to worry about curving it if you was like, hey, I'm still stuck in that. Ah, shit. I'm having this problem as far as it saying I'm shooting too far off, but just barely. It's definitely that case. You're gonna hear some weird noises out of me when it comes to later, where it's gonna be that, cases. You're probably gonna wonder what's going on as far as it. Good news is that Gemini 96 is 5 minutes away from me, so if you hear something that sounds not normal, well, he can figure out what's going on. Okay, for this one though, yeah, the Gordo's moving. As we're pointing out, not that I can really do it here. If I stop where he is, I learned this on my tests, and I was really shocked to this and really disturbed, especially for one later area. If I were to land there in the path where he's moving, Kirby will not come out of the ball after I make a shot if you're in the line of where they're moving. So you could have your health drained completely by one of those things. That did happen to me when I was doing my practice, so I want to avoid that. But what I want to do instead is, I think... Alright, I'm going to get this because I do want to get that. Okay, perfect shot. In this case, hit the B button to use your ability. Boom. Oh, here we go. Hole in one, hole in one, hole in one, hole in one, hole in one. Woo! There we go. Fantastic. It feels good when you pull one of those off. And there's one amazing one later I'm going to show off. Even if I have to take a couple attempts to do it, I'll do it. Alright, so there's 2 hole-in-ones. Not bad, although we're getting close to where the score is, and as far as the main score there. Yeah, so I have to get... I mean, I could get a hole-in-one on this course, but this is not going to be easy. There is another ability, though. Parasol. A classic as far as Kirby. And those are pretty straightforward, in the sense of just hit there and basically go there to get the Parasol, and then I gotta come down. And with the Parasol, it stops you from hitting the B button whilst you're on the ground. Well, actually, If you're not on the ground, you come floating down. Oh, no. Blech. Yeah, just stop short. There we go. Nice. It said it took me too many shots, which I want to make sure I didn't have going. Alright, let's see how this goes to the next couple. Alright, water skipping. Now this one, I do want to put top spin, and I do have to do a jump. So in that case, I'm basically going to move that straight to the top. Because basically what you want to do, if you're going to skip across the water, you definitely have to put top spin onto it, or you have to make a perfect shot across the water and make sure it's not too big of a body in order to do it. So for this, I'm going to do this, and basically wait till that goes to the top, hit A, and then hit A to try and get perfect shot. Almost. But I could still bounce. Oh, shit. It sort of worked, but I bounced over it. Also, the other thing you do is you could make a shot into it, but I don't think I can really do it, so... Oh. Perfect. Okay, good. Alright, that was a decent recovery. I didn't expect to go over it, but it's also because I'm bouncing, so it's something where you can sometimes bounce over your target. My thought was initially to do that, but I can still tie if I get a hole-in-one on this, although I don't know if it's possible to get a hole-in-one on this one. Okay, either way, I'm gonna come really close. Also, you have the water pad, or whatever it is. Basically, hit this, the water goes away, or it comes back. And a nice dissolve going on as far as that. Boom, boom. Oh, no. Now, I do wanna... Okay, I can't really do bouncing. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll it up the hill enough. I was gonna say, roll it up the hill enough, or say, we'll go that way. I also want to see something here, which is that, can I don't think I'm really bouncing up to either bounce it and then go off to the side. If he was over there, I could then bounce and go that way, but I don't think that's gonna work, so just gotta shoot straight. Oh no, yo, stop. Let's see something else. Alright, that will hit him. Here's the other thing. Yeah, because I do need to do backspin, because that lets you go backwards. This is going to hit him. The reason I want to do this is so I can try and salvage this. Perfect. And I'm following that path directly. Now, I want to bounce this, though, a little bit, saying, can I get over there? Look. Yeah, flat last no. Now, in this case, I do need to be careful not to drop into the warp zone. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to shoot off straight. Crap. Okay, and by the way, if I miss this shot, I'm going to die. But I'm fine. We'll be okay. Perfect. Okay, so we didn't die, but I didn't do that great on that hole. And every time you complete a hole, you also get an extra tomato. Also, one thing to bring up. Alec first brought mention to this when we previewed this a couple of years ago, which is that this game actually has a copyright protection method to itself if you pirated this back in the day. I got 24 points. So it's 5 off of where the medal was, but I might have gotten the bronze. In fact, I did. So not too bad. But back in the day, there's a copyright protection method this game had where if you pirated the game or emulated it, when you defeated enemies or completed a hole... Actually, no, if you completed a hole... But if you didn't, when you defeated enemies, you get, you normally get back, tomatoes. But if you pirated the game, you didn't get back tomatoes. And they said we intentionally did this to prevent people from, pirating or, hacking this. Although I believe modern emulators have cracked that in particular. Whereas back in 2001, 2002, I did not own the copy of this game yet. So I was kind of going through emulator phase of my days of NES 9X, or SNES 9X. And back in the day, I realized, first thing, I didn't really put much thought into it. I was like, wait a second, why is it a case where I keep losing? But it's basically a case where you can't really beat the game because of the fact you can't recover your health. It's not dissimilar to Game Dev Tycoon from PC and Switch, which years later, they basically said, well, at least on the PC version, they give you a method of, or if you pirate the game, you steal it for the PC version, the game will have you get hacked eventually, and you'll eventually have all your money lost, and there's no way you can win. The Switch version doesn't do that because of the fact that it's on Nintendo's console and you really can't hack it. Now for this one, you're getting this great piece of music, I love it. I don't know if there's really going to be too much I can do as far as doing shot. The one thing also to mention when you do a jump shot is that when you do that, if you go up the top, you follow the guide exactly, but the other thing is that if you don't shoot it completely as far as your power, I'll jump, but I would maybe go lower in order to hit that thing. So what I want to do on this one is, I think I want to shoot straight, but I also want to make sure that I hit it a little under 3/4 of power. Bounce the rest of the way, or about. Perfect. And then bounce the rest of the way going bump, bump, bump. Made it. Perfect. Yeah, that mechanic as far as the bounce, I mentioned this when we looked at it last time, so I'll mention it again. It's very much like the Insta Shield in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Sonic and Knuckles, in the sense that with Sonic you do another jump, you do that thing. And initially when I first played, I said, what's the point of that? But then you time and realize, wait a second, if I hit that button, it basically protects you from damage for a second, like as it's going off. This is maybe similar to that in the sense that you hit it just right. It's all about timing of hitting that button, and it can really help you out in a jam. Okay, and next ability we are going to get Spark. Wispy Woods normally is not killable. In this game, he is, and you have to have this thing in order to knock the tree down. So think about that. It's a golf game where usually the idea is that you don't want to get stuck in the trees. And this is a bad case of it as well, but what if you destroy the trees? Kirby can, with a Spark, even though, as far as I know, I don't think Spark necessarily kills Wispy Woods, at least not the way we're going to see it in the other games. In that case, hit B button, boom, yeah, he just explodes. But also, I believe that disables your bounce as far as the Spark, I think. Now, for this one, I want to see what I can do on this. Okay, I'm not doing that. Okay, let's see. I mean, that's good, because I can go backwards. That will go right through him. Actually, he's going right through me, too. Yeah, look at that. That's a sight. Look at that. It's like a circle as far as how it is. I do think I want to take that, because in that case, I can... Actually, wait a second. Hold on. No, actually better. Right, do that, because then what'll happen is that I hit the Pumpkin Man, and then I hit him, and then go through, and we'll be set. So if I hit this perfect, basically go at the bottom, so maximum top spin. In this case, I think I can just let it go, pretty much. And you can keep hitting that as you bounce in order to get that. So I didn't quite get there, but still was pretty close. Alright. And with your hole-in-one opportunities around, yeah, you don't want to take every reduction of your total score on a level that you can. And now in this case, we have the swirly panel. Those swirling things on the ground, yeah, they will twist you around, but if you hit that, they turn off. And I don't think this kills the Gordo. At least I don't think it does. I'm going to come back later and test that. Unless Gemini96 or anyone in chat, if you know, can the Spark kill Gordo? I don't think it can. The manual explicitly states it only kills Wispy and one other enemy, which we'll see later. And for this, I think I'm going to run pretty heavy. There we go. Bump, bump. Although I don't know if I'm online as far as how the bounce is going to be. Okay, I am, but also I just overshot it. The bounce actually made me go too far. But if you are going to go hole-in-one, that's the way you got to go. Alright, 1, 3, 2. Here we go. Yeah, Kracko. This is the other thing that Spark kills. And also, there's the wheel. We're going to do rolling as far as how it is. But first, what I want to do is I do want to set that up to do a jump shot in order to bash into him and make sure I hit B button as I come down. Perfect shot. And get chain him, because as soon as I get that, I can B again and roll. So, vroom! There we go. Fantastic. Perfect. Fantastic. Alright, Chasm22, I know you wanted me to get, holes in one on everything. That's not happening, but I'm actually getting a lot of them so far, so that's good to see. Alright, 7 halfway through the hole, or halfway through the course, that's pretty good. Also, the other thing about the wheel, well, I'm not gonna get, hole in one on this one. I don't think it's possible to do that. You can also use it to roll across the water. Though alternatively, I can also do shot off, but in that case, yeah, just let's roll. Perfect. Thank God there's water there, but also you have sand, because the sand will basically stop you dead. And, I don't remember if... Actually, I'm trying to remember. I think... Does the wheel go through the sand? I mean, let's put it to the test. Yes, it does. But if I launch off to... Okay, good. Thank God. It also stops, by the way, if you hit the wall. Thank God. My fear was thinking I'm gonna go over that, and I'm gonna go over the wall and die. Alright, now this case, I can make that jump, and when you have sand around, you wanna... Actually, wait a sec. Perfect. Okay. But that is a little off, so like, yeah, it's a tricky shot. Let's see. Perfect! So, maximum power! Speaking of, Waver 64, I mean, it is the designer of that game. Fantastic. Okay, there you go. It's not easy to do that, but my god is it satisfying when you can. And it's, I'll tell you, it's one of those games with a high skill cap that also is something where you can kind of just play around with it and really get a sense of, ooh, I can do it this way, and it's really a lot of fun. Vroom. Oh, in that case, yeah, I hit the wall. It's like, oops. It's... Okay, I'm trying to remember as far as how that works. I don't think it reverses your controls. I don't think it does. But I'm gonna make a fancy shot. We're gonna try and get over there. Let's see. Actually, that's probably perfect. That's perfect, because in that case, even if I don't do it perfect, well, if I do it perfect, this will be even better. But in the end, a tough shot. Okay, pretty close. Ooh! Jesus Christ, look at that. That was inches. In that case, I pressed it so quickly, I didn't even hear the sound. Alright, there you go. I'll still take that, even though that was a really close shot. Alright, the Gordos, let's see. He's there. Let's see. The other thing to do is I could also go... Yeah, I don't know if I could really do this. I think it's based on which way Kirby's facing. Oh, right, as far as the way the parasol's going. I think you're right. In fact, I'll put that to the test, although, here's my question. Okay, I got time that dead on, otherwise I'm gonna be in trouble. Especially because, yeah. I think we're close. Oh, no! Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, good indication, Gemini 96. You're absolutely right. That's it. So in that case, I could also shoot it up now. Hit that. Right, so if I'm facing that way... Yeah, yeah, Gemini 96, he's right. Except... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, no, I'm not in his sign. I'm not in his sight. Fantastic. Thank you for indicating that. I kept wondering, I kept thinking since, wait, your controls are reversed. But okay, it's not reversed. It's just a case of where's Kirby facing, basically left or right is... Okay, so what it is, it's basically... Think about it, weirdly enough, like Resident Evil, because in Resident Evil, the case is that you always move forward. It's the idea of it's like controlling a tank. So in this case, Kirby's facing there, so if I shoot off, if I want to go to the left... Yeah, I go to the left, I push left? Also, I want to see, can I bounce my way in there? I know, it seems like it's maybe making it a little more complicated for no reason. Or... Oh, I was overshooting it. Wait, I was like, wait, why did it give me that? I made it, fantastic. Yeah, we'll see that going on as far as it, but thank you for that insight, because, as I said, that shows one thing I guess I'll preface something on my final thoughts this way, and Gemini 96, you're indicating it too. The depth of this game, you'd be shocked how much depth there is to this, and I'll tell you, I think even I underestimated just how much depth this game really has, and how many different things there are to it. And that way, I don't know, we talk about this, I don't know if this is a case where this game is underrated. I mean, maybe it is, but I don't get the sense that people play this like, oh, I don't like this. Or even the case where people say they haven't played it. Or, I mean, I think they played it enough. But it's one of those questions saying, do people really know this game? Is it a case where they really understand how much depth there is to this and how there are a lot of different things you have to think about. As I said, even I'm guilty of that, of thinking I played it growing up, yes, but also something that I didn't get it right away. And also, I didn't necessarily think, wow, there's this much to it that you can really kind of sit back and think as far as how it goes. Alright, now one thing before I do that, because I do want to bounce up there. The vent there, that's basically an air vent. When you go across that, you get launched. And that's going to be good for what we're doing, but I do need to shoot over here. Bump, bump. Yeah, not quite. If I was going a little faster, I would have been fine, but alas not. There you go. Fantastic. Actually, I think I did do better as far as against the default score here. Actually, yeah, hole 2 went way better. Or course 2, I should say. Yeah, 19, not bad. In fact, that was what I needed to have on the last one. What do we got? Okay, I have top score on this one. How so? Silver medal, there you go. Awesome. I'll also say this, if I end up unlocking everything, going through this, getting medals and everything, which I don't think is going to happen. I see the nice Kirby ants going on. I mean, I guess we'll show the extra courses that way. But I also have a backup, so there you go. Dog Kirby, I guess you want to put it, is above. Okay, I'm tied, so alright, it's one of those cases where I tied and I win. As far as how, just a good job. Get a nice look as far as the moon over there in the water. Or no, not in the water. Well, it looks like it's in the water, but it's kind of just like the starry sky. I guess the idea is that the stars are in here, so we got to get them out as we're course 3. And actually, these interludes, I also think they're pretty funny in the sense of saying, hey, that's good. Or just a case of he's saying, I'm being pretty clever. Alright. And every course gives you something new to play around with, but also a case where you could argue it's adding gimmicks, but as it doesn't feel gimmicky. It feels like it's really adding another wrinkle to really give you even more to think about, of saying something to challenge you and also keep you excited. Because what these are is these are kind of like trampolines. Basically, you jump off of those as far as doing a bounce shot, and you'll bounce up higher. Oh no! Oh, that was lucky. Yeah, if I would have gone any further, I would have died. Now, as far as this... Yeah, I don't necessarily want to give it top spin here because I'll bounce too low. So in that case, what you want to do is you basically want to hit... Let's see this. You know, I'll do that, because I think what I also want to do is... I want to make sure I'm hitting to that. Basically at the furthest edge of the trampoline there, like the tarp, I guess. Well, no, tarps aren't bouncy. That I know of. Alright, it's a little off. Okay, that didn't matter. I was able to get up anyway. Or I guess it's like a bouncy castle or something like that. That being said, let's see. Can I curve this one? Let's see. We'll see how this goes. I mean, they showed in the intro here, curve it. Let's see, come on. Ooh, that was good. I just was going too fast. I would have had that if not for the fact that I was going too fast. Alright, there you go. The curves are always hard for me to kind of judge. But it's something we just kind of play around with it, honestly. I said, which I think goes to this game very well. Just saying, kind of play around with it and see what brings you success. I guess it's one of those cases where I guess, Gemini 96, I guess you and I could talk about this. Because we haven't, yeah, as I said, since this is the first golf game we were playing on the show, fully, it's a case of thinking, what's the golf game that's going to make Crescendo 64 not go bleh? Although he did that for Mario Golf, but also on Nintendo 64, although I didn't help matters by showing him the Switch Online version, which has horrible button lag. And apparently Nintendo didn't want to fix that. It's like how Nintendo doesn't want to fix Yoshi's Story either. But point is saying that, what's the really good golf game? It's like, this is a weird one. I'll tell you, even when I first played this game, maybe it was stupid this way, but I didn't necessarily think golf off of this, for some reason. And when we got into discussion about this when we previewed a few years ago, it was something that came up. I said, it's kind of golf, it's kind of billiards. Electfor said, I probably would say golf, but honestly, the billiards thing kind of is applicable too. I said, it's a lot of things, really. as we have our line of abilities over there. And we have conveyor belts. So I want to get out of the way of the Gordo. That's number one. But the conveyor belts go towards where you're going. And I'm trying to think about which one I want to end on. But it means you have to give one of them up. Actually, you have to give two of them up. Because anytime you hit an enemy of any kind, you get the ability. But right now, that's not really my focus. And as far as where that's going to take me, if I hit that warp, it'll take me straight, and then that'll basically carry me all the way. And it'll carry me in front of the parasol. Which is not too bad. Ooh, that was inches away. I don't think I don't think I've ever gotten to a case of not hitting the conveyor belt right away. The other thing I can do is I can say, well, if I want to go to where the jump man is, which, I mean, I could do that. Well, that or I can launch there. And he will, I believe, stop when I hit the conveyor belt. In fact, let's put that to the test. I do have the sound of the conveyor belt going. Okay, that's good. And I didn't go too fast. And it's usually not a case where you're going to be pushed off of the, pushed out of bounds by that thing. Alright, so jump we're not getting, but that's fine. I don't care. I guess Parasol's my favorite ability in this game so far, because, stop! Fantastic. Yeah, because I've been running the Parasol constantly. Although that'll change when we get onto the later courses. You can kind of play it really any way you want, as far as if you're saying, I don't want to get rid of this, you don't have to. Now for this is always a weird one for me, because... Or maybe it's a case where I want to bounce it because of the wispies in the way. Okay, or I can do that, that'll work. Okay, yeah, stop, that's fine. Alright, now this one I'm pretty sure I can curve it. I think I can curve it to go to the... Okay, I can. But actually, okay, hang on. Because there's that hill in the way. Okay, okay, here we go. This is... Okay, I know what we can do. That's maybe me with this game saying, like, okay, I know what I can do. Also, I have to be careful if I do the shot. Well, first off, I want to see about... Okay, that is what I gotta do. But I also... I don't think I want to get this one perfect. And I have 7 lives. By the way, 0's a life in this game. Okay, hang on. I feel good about this. Okay, even though I didn't get perfect, I'm kind of glad I didn't, because it means that I can kind of... Well, bounce over him. That's fine. I guess, sort of. Alright, but I'm getting tired. Can I... Alright, maybe curve it again. And actually, with... Hold on. Before I make that shot... Okay, I'll hit him. I just want to make sure of that. Alright, I wasn't going to get in the hole anyway, but I didn't want to go too far away from it. Alright, 4, not bad. A bit unorthodox, although, as I said, it's also something that... It's one of those things that's because you have so many different abilities in your arsenal as far as not just the abilities you get from enemies, but also abilities of saying, hey, I can do a jump shot, I can kind of curve it, I can put top spin on it, I have to take into account all the areas on the map as far as how that is. There are a lot of different ways you can kind of play this and get the sense of saying, it seems like this is going to be bizarre, could this possibly work? And you realize, yeah, it can. And for this, I need to get over there. Now, I do want to... let's see. I think I want to bounce down here. Perfect. Oh, okay, well, I did go a bit too fast on that. Ooh, that was lucky. Okay, that's a sight. Because usually the idea is you get... I am just on the edge of the lightning with Kracko there. Because usually the idea is if you get hit by his lightning, you're gonna die, or you're gonna get hurt, I should say. You don't die. Well, you could die if you keep getting hit by it and you keep losing health. If you hit him or if you hit the lightning, good God, I'm right on the edge of that. That's amazing. Having said that, I don't... Can I do this? No, I don't think I don't think I can. Alright, so the hole's gonna go there instead. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Just go the whole way. Bump. Bounce off. Alright, not bad. Alright, so... And the only reason I want to jump here is because that's twirling around. If I can avoid that happening, I want to do it. But... I said, this seems weird. It's like, why do you want to go over there? I was like, yeah, you're right. Oh, I don't want to go there, because... Yeah, fuck it, we're doing it. And we're almost gonna get it, but it... Yeah, you'd think, like... Does it matter if you're really perfect? Well, okay, in that case I was an inch off. But, yeah, it can make a bit of a difference. You won't exactly follow the guide if you don't get 100% perfect. But in that case, I'm doing a decent job of not dying yet. That's gonna change, though. Do not worry, that will change. Alright. Alright, he's getting tired. If I, get hit again, I'm gonna be in trouble. Okay, what we need to do is we need to get, Rocky. Yeah, he has the stone power-up. And how the stone power-up in this game works is it drops the rock, but if you're on a hill and you use it, you'll slide down the hill. But that's fine. But in that case, just put it there, I'll slide right down. Or if you're doing it in the air, you'll basically will just do a straight bounce. Now... And those arrow things over there, as far as the grass, it'll basically push you to where it goes. I want to see something. Okay, I don't want to do that. I think I do just want to take a shot. I want to try and get as perfect a shot as I can. There we go. Yeah, not bad. As I said, it's another one of those, can I make this even though it seems like I don't, as I said, maybe it's one of those things I look at the, okay, well, the other thing I can also do is, if I do the shot, yeah, just drop down in the hole. There you go. Because if you're in the air, you just drop down straight. So actually, that was the other thing. The other thing is thinking like, well, just do that and go backwards. Like, well, I'm coming down as far as it, so just drop right in. Okay, now, for this one... Trying what the best way to go on this is. Yeah, this is the one where I want to do this, and then that'll get me there. So we're going backspin all the way. It's a little low, but I do have a hill, boom, boom, and also I have that. Yeah. Bounce pretty far, but I'm not gonna get back there. But that's fine. I have the rock, so I'll be fine for this. And again, I think I want to do this just so I can have some time to drop right in. Yeah, so even if you make a mistake in this game, what seems like a mistake, it's a case where, yeah, you can kind of save yourself. I love that. As we get another ability, there is Chili. He is gonna give you the ice power. What that does is when you have water, you're able to go across it and skate across. Now for that, I do want to basically shoot straight. And then... This is a weird one because it's one of those things, I usually want to go in the center as far as putting the hole, but then again, or the cup as they call it. But also, it's something sometimes I think, maybe I don't want to do that. Okay, there we go. And it freezes the water. So we're pointing out the water will not stay frozen forever. If Kirby stops whilst on the water, or if he gets caught in a lip or something, it'll thaw out and you'll go right in. Like that. Now this is going to be an interesting one. Now this one, I do want to do that. Now let's see. That'll do. Almost. Ooh, that went way smoother than I thought it was going to. That is a hard shot to make, and I had so much trouble doing that in practice. So I guess it goes to one thing, and I know I said this to you, Gemini96, saying, am I gonna be ready for this thing? And I guess the answer is, I guess enough. Alright, so for this one, okay, this is gonna be weird because it's something where the way I'm going about this, I'm gonna I'll have the hole on a hill, but that's fine. Alright, so I want to shoot this off, but I don't want to shoot it necessarily too much because I want to hit that water thing. I want to have that set, and it's bounce, bounce, bounce. Because I'm hitting that, hit the warp point. Then I come out fast enough, hit my ice out, go skating. Hit him. Unless this is how you're supposed to get hole in one, if you even can. Alright, there we go. Yeah, but going up the hill, that's hard. Which is why I always want to do a jump. It's like, I don't know if I want to do that. It's something where I don't think it's going to help me, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to get myself on the mindset saying, oh, just do a jump for everything. But no. Yeah, just shoot straight. That worked. Perfect. Yeah, sometimes the shortest distance between 2 points really is a straight line. Alright, we're off. Yeah, so far so good. Through the first 3 courses in about a little over an hour. 26 points. Alright, that's not as good as my previous score. But I still got a bronze medal on it. So I'll take that. So 22 is my best score. And we'll take other scores on the cartridge if it's a case where they've already been broken as far as the default ones. Okay. That also is tying the Meta Knight case. Yeah, look at that picture of Meta Knight. I don't know if anybody could draw that so well. Then again, maybe they could. I don't know. Or maybe, could they draw it well with the setup of this as we go into Course 4? I've seen the tornado, which we'll get some play of here. So he's getting in touch with his inner Tasmanian devil, but yeah, he's not ready for that and he fell over. Alright. And I love the look of this area, the nice puzzle pieces. Actually, now I'm thinking about this, never really kind of thought about this until I saw this amazing color explosion here. I mean, along with the idea of puzzle pieces making me think of Banjo-Kazooie, also a case of almost like an Earthbound-ish like look in terms of the color palette, but also, as I mentioned, like with that game, or Gemini96 as you mentioned, we played it, the idea of, well, a couple things. The fact that a lot of the people involved with HAL did work on that game, number one. And number two, the fact of almost like a dream world as far as how it is, especially the way the psychedelic colors indicate that. Okay, tornado. When you shoot this off, you basically are able to circle around or spin around and use left or right on D-pad to get your way going. And I don't think this one is dependent on... Ouch. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I think it might... Actually, is it? I was saying it's not dependent upon direction Kirby's facing. Actually, oh, no, it's not. Because I'm going left, and I'm going left, and then going to the left, so we're set. And again, Jesus Christ, I like the jump shots. They look cool. And as I said, if I get this right. Okay, but I came up short, but that's fine. I can imagine Chasm22 there saying, this is stressing me out. Because even though he's not necessarily one for sports games that much, he did say, like, I did play this game growing up. No! Shit! He did play this, so the idea, like, this is stressing me out. Because I almost went off the edge. Yeah, so far I haven't, but we'll show that. Don't worry, we'll show going off the edge. If not now, we'll show it on the extra courses. The 5 strokes, that's not good here. Although, good news on this game is that there's no penalty strokes. It's basically just go out of bounds, you die. I mean, even when I went in the water, usually in golf, it's the idea that, yeah, you have, case of, you know, getting a penalty stroke for that. Oh no. That, or I think of the episode Teed Off of Rocko's Modern Life, where Mr. Big Head is to play a game of golf with Mr. Pet, and he's like, we never let him lose, because otherwise, you know, you might be able to get a case of being moved up on the company. But then he says, like, well, they go to the golf course, they actually plan the idea that when he makes a shot, like, you just put the ball in the air, we'll take care of the rest. And it's a case where they basically say, like, we're just gonna destroy the ball. They say, like, a piano comes out and destroys, like, gosh, a piano blew up your ball, Big Head. What's the penalty on that, Mr. No Way? That's 7 strokes, sir. Okay. Oh no. It's going up the hill, that's always the tough part, but in that case, I didn't want to overshoot it, but I also didn't want to undershoot it. Alright, yeah, 9 at the first 2 holes, that's not good. But we can come back. I mean, I could bounce there, but no, I don't want to do that. I think I gotta take that. Almost. I love the sound design as far as that of the case of saying, stop. The fact that when you put more or less topspin, it goes slower or faster as far as the audio, but... Okay, now I gotta jump, because otherwise I'm going to... let's see. I'm gonna go roll into the, twisting thing, and I won't hit that. So now I gotta get it perfect up. The heat is on. Almost. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Okay, now I go perfect. Fantastic. Okay, good. I didn't want to hit that warp section, because if I did, I was going back down the hill. Alright, there you go. So yeah, the redemption is potentially coming. Let's see. Having said, this course is something where, yeah, not... I have to go down straight, but it's not going to be easy to get a hole-in-one. I don't know if you can on this one. But going in line, you can get a lot of... Yeah, that being said, I do want to stop there, because I do need to get him. And I suppose I also want to see about bouncing off. Okay, that'll work. Well, am I gonna hit him even if I do that? Sorta. Well, okay, I'm curving, hitting a wall. Okay, this is interesting. Let's see. Alright, not bad. Alright, that'll work. Yeah, that one I don't know. I think I'm just gonna shoot straight. I'll give about a little over half and drop right there, perfect. Yeah, but I do love being able to kind of sit back and kind of think of saying, what's the best way to take a shot as far as this? Also, I guess let's think about this. Okay, right, needle. That's new. Needle's like the rock power-up. The only difference is that when you use it, when you use it on a hill, you get stuck on the hill, so you do not slide down. If I were to use the rock down here, I'd slide down and die. But with the needle, that doesn't happen. The only other thing is that when you're in the air with the needle, you'll fly forward before you stop. So it's not like you drop like a, well, stone, the way we have with this thing. In this case, just shoot right up. Yeah, maybe I can do this. Oh! I almost want to rewind to see if that would have actually gotten me into the hole, but I'm not gonna do it. I'll take what I got. I said I'm not doing rewinds during a show as far as this. Unless I'm showing off something as far as it, or unless I'm told do it. Okay, now for that one, I want to hit straight, because you have those dash panels. You get pushed off at a high speed by hitting there. Now, I am gonna... Actually, let me see something here. My only concern is I don't want to bounce into that, but... Oh no, I will bounce if I do that. That I won't, though. Oh no, but I'm not going fast enough, because yeah, you are... It's depending on how fast you shoot, although, if I shoot really fast onto it... Ouch! Okay, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead unless I bounce into... Whoop. Okay, I'm dead now. That's because I ran out of tomatoes. Sorry, there you go. That's first death. Yeah, when you do die, if you have any abilities, they're gone. And the reason I lost all of my health, by the way, is as soon as you hit a hazard, you lose a, tomato, and if you don't hit something, you're all out. By the time you come out of that, you're dead. Actually, that does mean my, needle is gone. Okay, actually, wait a second. The walls straightened me out again. I didn't know that happened. Okay. No. I want to go that way. Okay. That being said, I do have a lot of lives and do carry across courses, so... We're in good shape. 22. But here's Needle again, so yeah, we lost it, but we can get it again. That being said, I don't... Actually, wait, I do wanna... Yeah, I do want to, get ice here. Yeah, I'm shooting right down the hill, wondering why. Because of the warp point. That, and I didn't want to overshoot it, because it happened during my test where I did overshoot it, and ooh. Yeah, I overshot it when I did my test, and when that happened, it was something where I then flew off the wall there and died. I think we might be okay. Almost. Yeah, I think the next level I do need to have the ice for it, or it's recommended to have it. Yeah, we're going through this actually quicker than I thought it would. Okay, here we go. This one. Oh, yeah, right. I do want that, but the idea is here you have the trampolines, but also that's right in front of a Gordo. So what you want to do is you want to angle this, and I do remember getting this set up on my practice. You do want to hit topspin on this. In fact, I want to hit topspin, and I want to curve this. There we go. Oh, great, you hit the ice. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so for this, there's stone. Yeah, I think we can curve it this way. Yeah, I wouldn't have made it anyway, but either way, I'll take that. Awesome. Okay, there you go. That's the end of course 4. Yeah, I realize I'm kind of just, in some ways going into the idea of, like, what am I doing for shots? So I guess then I'll open this up as far as other experience with golf games. I mentioned Microsoft Golf on the PC, particularly Microsoft Golf version 1.0 and Microsoft Golf 3.0. I also played, actually, a lot of stuff on PC as far as how it was, like Fuji Golf that came with the Microsoft Entertainment Pack. And then Mario Golf came out on Nintendo 64. I fell head over heels for that one. And the Game Boy Color version might be even better because it's an RPG. And I got a medal. Awesome. It's because it's an RPG, but also it's insanely addictive and insanely fun. The only reason we haven't shown Mario Golf on the show, either one yet, is because I want to get a physical version of the Game Boy Color version, so we show off that one, but I'll show off the transfer pack usage with the Nintendo 64 version, which was something put into the game before the transfer pack even came out in the US. Actually, I think it was before. No, I think it was before the transfer pack came out. Period. I'll check that in a couple days, see am I right about that. Because it came bundled with Pokemon Stadium, and in the information of the game, as far as when you go into it, it says, oh yeah, you can use your transfer pack for the Game Boy Color version. And the Game Boy Color version wasn't out yet. It got delayed after the Nintendo 64 version came. Because the idea of what you do in that is you play the Game Boy Color game, you basically raise a character, which is amazing the way that works. And if you use the transfer pack to bring them into Mario Golf on Nintendo 64, along with hearing their voices in ways you normally can't, and to this day I still haven't, you basically are able to get experience points for them to bring back into the Game Boy Color version to basically advance your levels. And it's quite a cool case. And we'll also do that with Mario Tennis, another one where, again, I don't have the Game Boy Color version. Although I guess if we get to that one, Gemini 96, he might be the one to handle that, potentially, because I remember when they put that on Switch Online, as Crusader 64 said, you were salty the earth with the first opponent in the Tennis Academy. They had to come out, and I don't know, they had to get like a career investigator or something to wipe up what happened as far as you destroying him. Not missing a volley for like 40 shots, and it was amazing. But unfortunately, yeah, he's getting hit by the Gordo. But he'll live, as we go to course 5. Okay, now for this one, again, okay, two things. We do want the Parasol because we have to get it. Also, in this case, I hit B button so I don't get my ass going off the side. I just stick myself in the ground. And for this one, either do my beloved bouncing, which honestly, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to try that again. Alright, we're good. I think. Okay, there we go. Either that or you roll up the hill. I said, I think I can make that shot. Yeah, so far so good on this one as far as the next hole. Okay, this one. Now, this is interesting. Now, for this shot, you have two things you gotta do. You either have to hit it hard enough in order to go straight, or use the jump shots, which I can't quit. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I kind of want to do that because I want to make sure I hit the chili. And now I'm hitting him perfect. I want to hit him. Bounce there. Hit A to go. Hit B to go skating. And just miss, but either way. Idea is the same, saying you want to get over the hole, there you go. But still, there's 2 shots. So yeah, my experience in golf games, and any of yours, chat, I'm open to hearing that as well. And then Kirby. As I said, after I played this game, it was Kirby Super Star for Super Nintendo that I played. I fell head over heels to that game, and then actually after that, well, there was Kirby's Dream Land 3, which is actually really rare now. It was the last game Nintendo published on Super Nintendo in this country, and so in that case, you're getting to have to pay like almost $200 for it nowadays. But there was that. Then not much of Kirby on Nintendo 64 until Kirby 64 came out. That game's amazing, and we played it for the show already. I want to play it again, not because we had a bad time playing it. We had a great time playing it. And I did go 100%, but I kind of want to play it again because I had problems when I did the intro of it. I was playing with settings on my old capture device, my really old capture device, and I didn't like that. It garbled stuff when it came to the final recording. So I might do that again, and maybe in that case. As I said, that's more thoughts as far as second chance stuff, saying let's come back to that. But I don't know if that's going to work as far as my shot. Because I love that game. That game is amazing. And I don't think I'm going fast enough as far as the ice. Yeah, this is tough because I have to kind of go in the divots here. Alright, I also want to see, can I... No, I want to go the other way. Can I move it this way? And then after that, as far as Kirby, for me... Yeah, because I didn't have Game Boy. That was the other context is why, because I didn't have Game Boy. At least I didn't have... Well, okay, I didn't have Game Boy until Game Boy Color, and then... The only Kirby game on Game Boy Color was, Kirby Tilt and Tumble, which I didn't have for years. And then at that case, it was like years later, I kind of came back to the other ones. And then played some of the newer ones as they came around, particularly Okay, I didn't have GameCube initially. That was the console I got last of that console generation. So I didn't play Air Ride at the time. Wii was a case of that. Actually, I realize now when it comes to a lot of the Kirby games, aside from Super Nintendo and N64, I don't think I had the consoles when they were coming out, except Switch and now Switch 2. Although Switch, because we did demo a couple of the Switch games. We demoed, I did off-screen demos of Kirby the Forgotten Land before the DLC came out for that night. Okay, I can't make a jump here, so don't even try. Yeah, so I'm just gonna make a shot halfway up. Because it was that one. Okay, there was Return Dreamland Deluxe, which is the redo of the Wii game. And then there was Kirby Star Allies, which I said on that show I have my thing against that game because it was one of the first cases of, oh, no. This happened in my test as well. I get myself stuck for the wall there, so if I try to do a jump shot, I'm not going anywhere. So actually, I need to see, I can't bounce back, so I basically just need to take a shot just to get myself out of the way. Yeah, but Star Allies is a case where Hal openly admitted we released this game unfinished because we wanted to make a fiscal deadline. And then they said, all right, we're gonna give, we're gonna free DLC our way through the game, which they did. But the good news is that after that, they didn't say, oh yeah, we're gonna release another Kirby game broken. I wish Nintendo would have taken that advice as far as how it was. But that being said, Hal got the message on that one. So in that case, I have problems with that game, and it's also a case where on Switch 2, you'd hope that it would actually run better in terms of having better frame rate or have better loading, but the answer is it does not. At least it didn't do anything to the demo when I played it, and the demo is based off of the initially unfinished version. So I think that game's not bad, but I don't really have respect for it because of the fact of how they released it. I never made it. But even then, I only played the store demo because I was kind of surprised. I said, oh yeah, this is a new Kirby game, and I was looking as far as the reviews of that, and they're saying it's getting like 6s and 7s. Usually the Kirby games get really well reviewed. I can't really think of a really badly reviewed one. Except for actually that one. That's the one that I think is the worst reviewed game in the franchise. I think that's when Hal said, like, okay, we can't do this again. I said, anybody's running the Pokemon franchise, pay attention to what Hal said and maybe start doing that. Because, yeah, we have Pokemon Champions that came out last week. It is free, admittingly, and I did play it to get a sense of, like, what was that looking like. It seemed like it was okay from what I played. But somewhere people were saying there's a lot of bugs and glitches in it. And it's a question of, yeah, really? Okay, there we go. I'm still chaining my, yeah, I'm chaining all my abilities up there, so I have that going on for getting, the tornado and then the jump. And we're all set. Oh, hold on. Okay, good. I'm kind of nervous. I was like, yeah, am I gonna shoot too far off and fall off? But alright, we got it. Yeah, but as far as what I played at Pokemon Champion, it seems like it's okay, but from what people are saying when you're running online, it's got a lot of problems as far as doing online battles. So I'll be able to fix that up because people are really liking Pokemon Pocopi as it is. I guess with Kirby, next case of Kirby, well, there's Air Riders. Air Riders was really good, which came out last year. I know Akos owns that game all day long as far as the show. Actually everyone. He owns that one and shit, no, I'm gonna die. Alright, so we're gonna just jump our way off. So there you go, that's your first fall. But it does keep my, the enemies it defeated, and the stars don't do anything when you hit them, so actually... you know, maybe I want to hit the other way now. Or, hold on. Maybe not. Alright, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, because I need to hit him. I think I need to go in the ditch. Yeah, this one's not gonna go well. I'm not seeing good things on this one. Yeah, but Air Riders was really good, so there's that, and as I said, Ack owns that game all day long for the show, when he's gonna be ready to do it. I missed him. That's the thing, I don't want to hit too high because I was afraid of hitting Kracko, but I think I'm gonna just have to hit him. I don't think I'm gonna get out of this thing unless I do that. Actually, I'm gonna hit through him. That's good. You know what? No. Okay, I will hit him. This is gonna be bad. Oh no. Yeah, admittedly, this is the course where usually I start having the most problems when it comes to playing this. Oh! One thing I knows about Kracko is not shooting out lightning. And I don't think it's necessarily just proximity based when he does that. Unless this one doesn't shoot out lightning. Okay, he's just not shooting lightning. Wait, was he shooting it before? Alright, now this I do need to try and see what can I salvage on this one. There we go, perfect. Almost, there you go. I think that's good enough. I'm not gonna be fancy with bounces. Just let him take me into the hole. Perfect, fantastic. Okay, that made it better than it could have been as far as going further. I have to make sure I'm not going too high, but yeah, 24. Although that is the worst one I did so far, so I don't know. It's kind of counterbalancing a little bit. Alright, now this one's weird because it's a case where you have to kind of shoot. It's kind of like a zigzag, but I do need to go get the rock. No! That's a case where I didn't want to hit it too hard. And I don't... Oh, yeah, if I don't hit it right, I'm gonna die. A little over half. There we go. You just keep going in line. I'm just gonna basically go and shoot down every one. Yeah, Kirby's gonna be very tired at the end of this one, but we'll make it through. Since I need to bounce off that wall, can I do that to... I'll curve it. Yeah, just in case I need to make sure I hit everything, or hit everybody on the way down, all the Waddle Dees. Actually, I realize I don't think we've seen them at all tonight until now. Yeah, I don't think I'm doing this the right way. I don't know what the best way to do is on this one. Gemini96, do you know? It's worth pointing out I was actually tempted to say, no, I'm gonna pull this off schedule until he's ready to do it, but he said, no, do it. I'm not gonna stop your schedule. Like, thank you, but also say, if you did say, like, oh, I wanted this, well, we can still do a second chance. If you want to do this for second chance, say the word as we're 31. Okay, we're fine with the end of this. We did survive that, amazingly. Okay, now for this one, I do need to, okay, this won't be too bad, I don't think. Shoot that. Yeah, turn that on, and, blast right through, perfect. Yeah, I can save myself on this one. Yeah, you can't bounce a spark form. The other thing is that at the end of that jump, whoop. Oh no, but, yeah, don't do too much, because I want to hit that again. Well... Okay. Okay, I don't want to do that. The only reason is because of the fan. Okay, this is fine. So let's see. Oh, you know, that's okay. I'm dead. Sorry, I die right before we end the hole, so that's fine. Or end the course. My thought was saying go back because I didn't want to necessarily get in a case where I was gonna get stuck. I was like, alright, there you go. Yeah, I had to die in order to win, but there we go, we did it. Yeah, that one didn't go so hot. Well, I didn't take too many shots in the last hole, at least. Yeah, 2, 2, 4, 6, 3, 7, 7, 4, 35. Alright, top score is still, that guy over there. 22, God. Also, I'll say this, if it's a case where I end up, because just to show off this, since I got medal and everything else, if it's a case where I get medals on every other course except this one, I'll try and actually get the medal on it, just to see if that makes a difference for getting everything set. Just seeing a new ability here. And even then, like, yeah, he bashed into Wispy, who, by the way, is fireproof. And he still didn't make the shot. Yeah, you get the fireball power. Because that shoots you off as far as how it is. Almost. There, too. Yeah, I think you can make that shot, but I think I was also going a little too fast. But part of that is also because of the fact that the fireball shoots you pretty far. As yeah, we're kind of in Candyland, or I guess a case of, yeah, I guess like, yeah, like Graham Cracker Land, or I guess Confection Land or something. Alright, yeah, getting hole in one on this one's really interesting. You just have to time it with Kracko as far as the lightning. Do that as you're going off the hill, basically use that room. Bounce there. Oh, shit, I overshot it. Because basically what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to hit into, you're supposed to hit into the arrow. And when you do that, you go into the dash panel, and then you use the rock in order to get towards the hole. And as you get to the hole, not quite. Yeah, as I approach that hole, as I'm just about to go into it, basically hit the B button. Right. Crap, it was off. Yeah, that wasn't great, but, I did sort of salvage it. Awesome. Okay. I hate this one. Yeah, and also I don't have a good ability here because it's a case where if I have to make a shot across that, if I don't make that, I'm gonna die. And for this one, what you might want to do is either don't shoot as hard, which I'm gonna try that. Yeah, that's probably the best way to go. It's either that or use the rock as far as getting across. You have to do a shot across this, but you can't use your rock on the hill. If you do it any time, you're gonna die. Ooh, that went way smoother than I thought it was going to. And I'm gonna stop here so I can basically get myself set for the shot. And again, I'm not gonna shoot it all the way. I'm gonna shoot it. Hold on, let me look at that. Okay, so that's the shot right there. That's going full way. I want to go not quite full way, so I want to go a little above 3/4. Like that. That'll do. Alright, there you go. Yeah, I guess that was unnecessary at that point, but I said, okay, perfect. Actually, that was a way better run on that hole than I've ever had. So I guess it balanced out with the last one. Fantastic. I love the music here. But again, that's the game. I mean, the game has amazing music. Now, for this one, you do want to do the curve. But you don't want to do it too much. I usually do it just, I think, yeah, 2. Yeah, you do want to do it 2. Oh, shit. Ouch. Ooh. I mean, I did get myself hurt, but... That wasn't too bad. Let's see, okay. What can we do to make this go? Is it, if I can make this... Yeah, okay, I think I can do that. Yeah, oh, hold on. Yeah, that I can do. Perfect. Just gonna let it go, because it'll follow the path direct. I said, yeah, unfortunately I was a little off, but... Yeah, not bad. Okay, I'll take 3. Yeah, every little bit can help, especially as I'm going along. But the difficulty curve of this is pretty gradual. So yeah, now it's supposed to get hard and you definitely realize it. But as far as other stuff, you're in good shape. Now for this, I'll be thinking about this, because... Yeah, all the conveyor belts go back up. And there's Spark, which I get rid of Wispy for, but... The other thing I might want... Oh, right. I think what I want to do is I want to hit... over here. I also don't want to hit it too hard, otherwise I'm going to go off the side. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'll hit this. Oh, shit. Okay, now for this, I think I'm going to shoot my way down the hill. Or jump my way down the hill. Or no, don't jump my way down the hill. You know, maybe it doesn't... Oh, no, it doesn't matter, because what I can do is I can then... Let me just see. What could we do? Yeah, that's almost there. No. That'll at least get me in direction. I almost made it over to get the squishy. Yeah, I'll never get the name of that enemy because of Kirby's Avalanche, because of the voice that goes with him. He says, squishy. We should do that probably as a full show, because we've demoed that before. Actually, yeah, so now I'm thinking about this. As far as the Kirby games we demoed, or fully played, we'll get into that element. Because it was, the first one we ever did was 64, then we did Super Star, now this, and we demoed this. Okay, good, thank God I didn't go over the hill, didn't go up, okay. But I need to bounce over that. Let's see. We demoed Star Eyes, we demoed, Forgotten Lands. We demoed Avalanche, we demoed Super Star Stacker. I think that's all the ones we looked at so far. And also, I don't know what, oh, Gemini 96 suggestion, nice, okay, made it. What do you think the next Kirby game we should do is? I mentioned I want to do Adventure for NES, because I want to beat it the same way Electro said. I want to beat it because the final boss is so hard. And he's right, it is really hard. But, I don't know if that's the next one. Actually, didn't you have one on your list as... Well, you had Epic Yarn. Didn't you call Epic Yarn for the show? I think you did. I'll look at that one and get to schedule just to get a sense of that. Okay, for this one, yeah, I want to shoot straight. Now for that one, I want to try to see if I can't... I do need to do a bounce, but I also think I need to shoot my way up. Yeah, so I gotta stick my way. Yeah, that's the one I called. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. I was just trying to remember which one you called. Was that the only one? As far as Kirby's concerned? I thought there was another one. As I said, if you don't know, I'll look back at the dibs list before we end the show. But now we're gonna make a big U-turn. Alright, that's okay for now. I do need to bounce this to get rid of him. Okay, I want to try and curve it around so I can hit him and then go back down the hill. Alright, there's the hole. It's on the hill, but I... Almost. I was gonna say, can I do rolling? Also, here's the other thing. Okay, question. How's it going out of bounds? I guess because I bounce on the side. I'll do it. Ooh, almost. Alright, 7. That was not great. Yeah, those are the 6 hole I seem to be doing the worst on. Okay, this one. Oh boy, yeah, this one you have to do a shot off. Alright, you do want to use a jump shot here to get a sense of where am I going. And also see, like, where am I going straight as well. In that case, I think I've got to curve this. I might go out anyway. Okay, the other thing I can also do is... I'll tell you what I'll do. I am going to do a jump shot. But I'm sticking right in the ground. Now, I'm going to look and see where... Yeah, perfect. So just shoot my way right through the warp gate, and then we'll hit the one on the other side. Because I'll go straight down. Perfect. Okay. How far can I get up? Just doing this. Whoop. Blink. Not bad. Actually, that was a pretty good way of going. Yeah. Saying, yeah, that, okay, that's right on the edge of where the wall is there. So I gotta shoot my way up the hill. Ah, dead. The bottom right in front of it, so in that case, just, Kirby's going right in. You know, in that case, I think I'll pull Master List whilst I'll get that set. I just want to remember, oh fine, as I mentioned, because Act called Air Ride, and Air Riders, that's all his. You called Epic Yarn. I just want to see. Alright, here we go. So this is an interesting one as far as how it is. It's saying it couldn't find anything, which is bullshit, because I have something on here for that. I don't? Did I not put your master list requests for that on? Hold on. Oh, the dibs list. Right, that's the master list. Never mind, that was requests. So nothing that was asked for explicitly, which is... Okay, so it's Air Rider and Air Rider's Track. His first game's not going to be either one of those. It's going to be Ghost Trick Fan Detective. Oh, right, Gemini 96 you called Forgotten Land as well. And Epic Yarn. Okay, that was the other one. And I guess with Forgotten Land, I guess you'd want to do Star-Crossed World as part of that. Or, I don't know, how do you want to handle that? If we do Forgotten Land, we're going to do that. But I don't know if we want to do Forgotten Land, just generally speaking, is there's Edwag playing Pokemon Pocopia. If you just want to do that and then do Star-Crossed World as another part of it, feel free to let me know. Guy, that's far off the way, because I know you got, on your plate. Well, you'll be in next month for Tetris Effect Connected. And I'm going to do the same case. I'm going to bounce. Right, I'm going to bounce across, so just go straight. Yeah, you got that. You have, Bloodborne, I know you want to do. But of course, that's fluid. If you say, like, hey, I want to do something else different as far as that, feel free to go. Vroom! There you go. Okay, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be close. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, no! And that also happened on my test, too. Now, I definitely need to jump, because otherwise I'm going to bounce off, so I don't want to do that. That's fine. Perfect. We're getting... Okay, 2. So nice recovery. Yeah, so I'm trying to think of what Kirby games I want to do as well. Or if that, as I mentioned, adventure, that's... I should just put that on the... I should consider the Master's Request from Life First. I got 31. That's better than last course. But still not on par with Meta Knight. Yeah, 20. Jesus. I mean, what do you think about that? Yeah, honestly, as far as the Kirby games I'm most attaching to, probably a 64 Superstar, this, I don't know, maybe it's just those three. Actually, the other thing I'll also do at the end of the show, and I'll take a look as far as other Kirby games that are on the Switch on one thing. Alright, Canvas Curse, right. I'm showing Canvas Curse for DS, and I do have that on Wii U. That's the one. And Rainbow Curse. And the reason I want to show the Rainbow Curse is also selfish for me, because I love Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, which is the sequel to Canvas Curse that was on Wii U. But, you have to basically play it on the screen the whole time as far as looking at it. And because of the lesser graphics with the screen, you can't appreciate how unbelievably gorgeous that game is. So in that case, I probably want to do that. I definitely want to do that game. I do both of those, but also do the sequel because I'll be able to watch the show later. It's like, oh god, look how beautiful this game is. As far as that. Okay, we are getting, by the way, speaking of Kirby's Adventure, the most broken ability in that game, the UFO. How this works is when you get it, you have 9 seconds that you're able to move and steer left, right, as much as you want. And you also press the B button, you drop down instantly in the hole. Depending on how this is, and also if I'm going fast enough, because when you hit and then use it, it's based on your speed. I could definitely get a hole in one of this potentially. But if I hit the walls whilst I run this, that's gonna be a problem. But for this, just hit straight. Oh no, I overshot it. At least bounce enough so I can get it, so I'm guaranteed to have it now. In this case, just hit as hard as I can. And then hit it. There we go. But also, as I get those, the other abilities overrode it. But that being said, I'm able to do that. So, alright, if I had done it the first time, I would have gotten a hole in one. But after that, that's how you do it. This one, you basically want to go up the hill and kind of curve it that way. Go that way, boom, boom, there you go. Oh no, shit! I can't get my way out. That being said, okay, I was gonna say I have tons of lives. I don't, actually. I only have 2. By the way, if you also fall off, you're brought back to where you took the shot from. So actually, in that case, I'm not even gonna bother taking that perspective. I'm just gonna jump my way down. Or try to jump my way down. Let me jump my way down. I mean, that's fine. I'll just do that. Because I won't go off. Yeah, this one I think I might want to do curving as well. Also, another Kirby game I just thought of that I would also like to show is one I'm shocked Switch Online does not have yet. Kirby's Pinball Land, which is on Game Boy. That's a really good game. It's kind of a bit of a sequel to a game I think Hal made called Revenge of the Gator, which was also on Game Boy. And basically what it is, it's Kirby doing pinball, but it has a lot of cases where you're getting into certain areas, like with minigames and things like that. It's really fun. Actually, that being said, now I'm thinking about this, since we haven't played a golf game until now, I don't think we played a pinball game until... I don't think we played pinball at all on this show. Oh, no, we have. We played Sonic Adventure, there's the pinball thing in that. Any of the Sonic games that have that, it's also there. Now, I do want to shoot up the hill, though, to get the needle. Or try to, and then, there we go, stop right there. In this case, hit enough... So I can get up the hill, get the warp, and then go down. Ouch! You know what, I'm stopping here. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that the water negated the needle completely. How many shots is that? 4. Okay. Yeah, because I guess I'm thinking now, I guess, of other genres or types of games we haven't touched. I mean, I'm recording something tomorrow with people for a future show, or a future off-screen show, that is of something we haven't shown. So I guess fitting we got this going. Okay, so yeah, I want to go get... Yeah, I do want to go up there. Actually, I don't remember this hole very well. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to... Can I bounce up there? No, I don't... No. I have to get out of the bounce mentality, but I love doing it. Okay, that'll help. Yeah, there you go. Now it's... that's the right way to go. Okay, perfect. Good thing I did, because in this case, I might be able to get hole in one on this. Just maybe. Damn. But I'll take 2. Fair enough. I don't know if I shouldn't have used the needle there, or if I should have. I don't know. I don't know if it would have been worse if I had done that. Or I had not used it. But okay, fair enough. I'll take that. Alright, now this one, yeah, you kind of go all around, right, you have to go kind of in a bit of a circle and land there and jump out of the way of Krakow each time. Oh no, I'm gonna hit him. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Oh, okay, no, it's not okay. My thought is saying I'm gonna hit into the other thing, so, in that case, yeah, I'm gonna do that. There you go, perfect. Now, in this case, I'm not gonna jump too early. There we go, I saved myself. No! Okay, now we're getting some of those yells I said I was gonna have. There we go. Wait, no, now I got it. Whoa. Okay, good. There we go. Thank God. Yeah, not exactly completely smooth. There is one I'll probably put a save state down, show it going actually smooth. Not that one. Alright, now for this one... Right, this one I gotta time very specifically. I have to time it... Think about how I gotta do this. Because I need to time it, because when I hit the grass there, I basically need to go right into Wispy. I think, hold on. Is that how I want to do this? I think I gotta. Okay, so, because I remember doing this on my practice. I believe it's go straight. I think what I gotta do is shoot off. I come down for this right as right before I hit it, get it, or hit that way so I get the spark. Come there, hit B on it so that I can get that. It goes back, I kill him, and then I just let myself in. Fantastic, hole in one. Haven't seen one of those in a while. There you go, that looked cool. Here you get the thing with the one of the blit. I do love that. There you go. Okay, so now for this one, what do I... Okay, this one I need to run Spark again. The way I'll do that is... I have to bounce... Oh, I sort of have to bounce, but... Because I want to hit that. So I have to jump. Alright, but I'm not going fast enough, so that's not going to be good. But that being said, I will shoot off full here. Hit Spark now. Boom, got rock. Boom, boom. Die, Kracko. And as I go... Oh! A little too late, but... This end is the same. You do get a different piece of audio when you go in the hall with a specific power-up. Like with the rock, you get that, but also you get one with the needle. But not everything's like that. Alright, UFO. That being said, don't be fooled by this course because it's a case where that's taller than it looks. So, I'll be thinking about this. Actually, does that... Oh wait, ignores it totally. Well, hold on. Where does that take? Oh, it takes me over there. So actually, that was not... Well, actually, I think that's fine. Oh, but yeah, you're going really fast. Like, oh, UFO, you're out of control. Now, can I get back there in time? Whoop. Oh, almost. I'll take that. I don't care. Alright, 3. Actually, that was a pretty good one. Let's see if I might have gotten a medal on this one, at least. Yeah, actually, that was pretty good. 22. Not the best, but I think that's enough for a medal. 18 is the best. Alright, I got another bronze. Also, to point out, if you get the gold medal, that's the same gold medal that's the treasure in Kirby Super Star and the Great Cave Offensive. So they're thinking about this game when they're making that one, too. Although, generally speaking, I get the sense with Kirby, that's a franchise, or this is a franchise where they're almost always thinking of every single other game in the series. As we're at the last course, course 8. Alright, here's King DDD, so yeah, he was doing it. He's beating me over the head with his hammer. And he's hiding behind a tree. He's like, yeah, but I can't see where he is. But he's like, yeah, I'm catching you this time. Alright, this is the hardest course of them all. Also, this is one where Gemini96, you gave me the best advice I could have possibly imagined as far as this. I said, what are we doing on this? I basically said, when I mentioned I was doing this for the show, he said, oh my god, I love this game. I was like, great, glad to hear that. And then when it came to some of these things, I was basically asking everybody. I said, I'm in practice, what do you think is the best way to go? Because this looks weird. Saying, there's an enemy there. They're kind of going down all the way. And your advice was saying, shoot over to the right. Like this. Basically, go straight. And I think that's the right way to go. There you go. Yeah, you can thank Gemini96 for that advice, even though that's not exactly a case of me going straight. I mean, I'm going straight a bit, but it got me in good setup for where I really need to be. And honestly, for course 8, that's really what you gotta do above anything else. You basically want to get yourself set so that you're gonna be ready just to kind of, I guess, get as best a shot as you can to basically get as few strokes, as opposed to saying, oh yeah, go for holes in one. You're probably not gonna get a bunch of those. In that case, also saying, hey, you know, for that, I can at least get myself in position there, so the squishies are here, so I can then do another bounce. My favorite thing, clearly, as far as this game. Hold on, I just need to see, can I... Okay, that's the best way I'm gonna go, but I don't want to follow the path exactly. I wanna... Well, let's see something here. Can I mean, I'll hit him there. Oh, I'll sort of hit him there. Well, okay, so for this one... Okay, I don't want to hit exactly, so I want to be a little off. I still missed. That's fine. I am in the line, at least, now. So, actually, this maybe is a good thing. Right, because I'll hit him, and I'll go back. And I'm just going to bounce my way to victory. Oh, shit! Well, okay, it got me there, so I'll take that. I'm doing that. Where's my stuff? Oh, it's... Alright, I think we'll be good. Almost. I was eating the whale over there. I don't know if he's supposed to be Arco from Dream Man 3 and Crystal Shards later on, or Fatty Whale from Superstar, the game after this. Or just nondescript whales. There they are. Okay, now for this, I basically wanna... Yeah, what you wanna do for this one is... Yeah, the enemies at the end are kind of in a triangle, but to start, basically... Shoot off. Okay, yeah. Okay, if you're going fast enough, basically you get to the point of going the whole way, and then at the end of that, you jump in order to get that enemy. But in this case, I'm gonna cut out the middleman. Oh, well, no, and I'm gonna go back. Uh-oh. Although Kirby will not drown as far as in there. Well, Kirby doesn't drown generally in this series. Okay, I gotta top spin this thing. Alright, that'll work. Ooh, there we go. Alright, so at least get myself prepped for what I need to do. Now, this I gotta be careful of only because... Well, okay, I'm not gonna hit the... I keep wanting to call it a tarp. It's not a tarp. I still hit the tarp now. But I'm not gonna bother in this case. Let me go back. No, I keep hitting down by accident. Wait, well, am I going the right way? Okay, there we go. So let's go about a little under halfway. Made it, thank God. So none else will see this. As far as the way that the holes in Corset go, there's something where it's up from the first one where Gemini 96, you gave me the perspective on what to do. I kind of understand what to do, it's just how to do it. Oh, this fucking thing. Oh my God. This is the one I realized in my test. Is that this is deadly, because right there's the Gordo. If you stop anywhere within where that is, he'll just keep coming back and forth. Kirby will not go out of ball form. I thought, oh, I can do a jump here and avoid this. Saying that looks nice. Well, it sort of is nice, but I'm gonna also try and hit it so that I can... Okay, that's set. Oh no! Oh. Ooh, that was nerve-wracking. Okay, that went way better than I thought, and it's also not at all the way I thought it was going to go. Okay, there you go. So the hole's up there. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Yeah, just get curve myself around. That's fine. Okay, interesting enough, this seemed like this is the easier one. Alright, so perfect shot. Let's go. Okay, close enough. We're getting it. Fantastic. Okay, yeah, this hole I was most nervous about is the one that had no problems getting through compared to the other two. But I'm close to death, so I have to make sure that... Okay, now this one basically is just... I'd use my jump right. Okay, either... No, yeah, I do have to use my jump right. Like that, that'll work. Yeah, I'll take that. Alright, fine. The first two holes are iffy, but this one, alright, now I'm getting my groove on for this. Fantastic. Alright, now let's see. For this one, this is one where... Oh, let me think about this. Yeah, because they're all in line to start. I do need to do a jump, but I also don't want to jump too high because I'm going to get the squishy on my way out. I'm trying to think where do I want to hit on this. That'll work, I get. Oh, no, not quite. Or saying, well, I'll mitigate this way, saying just hit the wall, I don't care. I'll just see how long I can go as far as doing this. Okay, that's fine, because the thought was I was going to bounce the squishy, hit onto the fire enemy, and then basically go towards the pumpkins, because then I could use that in the air. So I can still use it in the air like that, boom, and miss the one, but that's fine. Alright, now I do need to hit him, but I also want to see... Actually, weird enough, I don't think I've had any, or okay, I think I have had, I think I have had mistakes hitting the line as far as it, as opposed to hitting the gauge. That's fine, I'll just say I just pretty much want to get myself just in line. That's fine, we'll do it. Top spins, baby. Now there, I'm also gonna try and see, can I tornado up the hill? Yeah, I can. Just enough. And to this far, I think I might be able to just bounce my way in. Or pretty close to bounce my way in. Alright, so just don't do it all, don't do it perfectly. There we go, that should do it. But you come up a bit short. Ugh. He said, you know what? Okay, I can do this. Yeah, I was gonna say, can I use that in order to kind of fix it a little bit? And the answer is a little. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother. I'm just gonna say, just take the 8 strokes. That's not good. But we're getting through at least. I mean, I haven't gotten a game over, but wait till we get the extra courses. Alright, 25, not good. But, hey, the UFO's here, so I could probably redeem myself. Oh, I can definitely redeem myself here. Although, remember, one thing to point out on the UFO is that it is height-based. So depending on why you use it, it's something where I'll be in the air too high and I won't be able to hit those enemies down there. But it also works as if I'm going up the hill, I can get my height going as I go. So what I can do instead is hit that. Hit that way. Just enough as far as that. I hit that. I can go that way. And then I have 2 options about what I want to do. I can say, okay, I'm going to bounce my way, which I think might be okay. Because in that case, well, actually, no, I'll be fine. Because I'll hit him, and then just go into that hole on the rebound. He said, I do want to make sure I'm down low enough so I can see where the hole is. Perfect, there we go. That works. Alright, next is, yeah, this one. Yeah, this is all abilities all the time, except in this case, I just wanna... I wanna shoot fast enough, but then also just fly my way out. And not hit the wall. There we go. Alright, that's fine. For now. I maybe should have hit something else, because I could chain them all together. Now, I think... Alright, let's curve it again. I think I can do it. There we go. Ooh, nice. Alright, now, this next hole, I'm putting a save state down for this one just because I want to show this at some point. I'll try and do it on my own, but if I don't, I'm going to reload it. I'm going to show you how to do this one. I love this one so much. This is an interesting one. You have to do that specifically. You have to chain every single ability, basically, to get this going. And you chain it just the right way, and if you do that, you're definitely able to get a hole-in-one, but you're going a long way in order to make that happen. So, plan here is you gotta jump over Wispy, but here's the deal. You do need to make sure you bounce enough to hit into the tornado guy, and then as you bounce, use it to go over the... Okay, I guess you can... Actually, I don't know if you can get hit on the spikes. Use it enough to basically just go over it, hit the ice, hit the dash panel, hit the ice as you go on that, get the rock, crush the wheel, use the wheel there. You know, maybe I shouldn't explain this as much, but basically the idea is you're kind of seeing what it is. It's like Mousetrap, which has a video game based on it, which also is not exactly the same as the board game, believe it or not. I would have thought it would be, but they changed it a lot over the years. But anyway, let's see if I can do this. But actually, before I do this, another one of those I don't want to do it perfectly, so don't do it perfectly. Yeah, there we go. We're going with enough. Hippie. Crush down. Boom. Remember, you're going down the hill that way. Room. Hit that as... Oh, shit. I did it too early. Alright, what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to wait till I hit the, I'll show this going hole-in-one after this, but... what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to wait till I hit the wall, go up, then dash into that, and then use the UFO to get the rest of them. Yeah, actually, this kind of fucked me up, honestly, but... Having said that, it's okay. Actually, wait, do I wanna... The only thing also I want to have that so I can... Well, I'm not gonna bounce over the wall. Yeah, it's fine. I don't have to bounce over the water, I mean. Okay, there we go. Ooh, except I was too low. Yeah, and Wispy's saying what are you supposed to do? Or what are you trying to do, I should say. Like I said, I'm gonna take this and then I'll show you how this is actually done. I also had a video of it going, but I also had a case of saying it was not enough time as far as I went. And I'm gonna we-warp somewhere. I'm going. Oh shit, back to the beginning. Alright, this is turning into a bit of a disaster, but having said that, I'll take what I have and then I'm going to show you the actual way I should have done it. Or, okay, I can do that. Okay. There we go. Alright, I'm stopping there just because I'm going to take my licks as far as that. But I'm going to load the last one. We'll load that one in a second. Yeah, let me try and get this one right, because I do want to show. This is a thing of beauty if I can pull this off. And I did do it on my tests. There we go. Wait. Now, yeah, hit that. Jump in the air. Now use it. And then... the coup de grace. Jump right over Wispy. Hole-in-one. There you go. That's how you do it. I knew I could do it. It's just a case where you have to be quick on the draw with everything. So talk about really utilizing all the skills you learned. Also, I'm going to take a quick look. I'm going to see what did I get on the score from doing that and getting a hole-in-one. $30. I'm just going to take a look at this quick. That gave me a medal on its own. I didn't earn that medal, so I'm not going to take it. We're going to take the other way. So this is what really happens. So Kirby's saying, like, yeah, you want that medal? No, you're not getting it, because I cheated. 34. Okay, not bad. Better. Or not as bad. Or not better. It's worse, but not as bad. Okay, but that did make the difference in the medal, so there you go. Sorry, Kirby. But we have one more challenge to go before we go to the extra courses. And just to go through this, I just want to see this, because, yeah, when you get that set, we go to Castle DDD, which appears, and Sword of Flashlight Warning there. Okay, I didn't get it on 2 of them. So let's go fight King DDD. This is an interesting one. Yeah, this is the boss battle of the game. He's here. You do still do your shooting off. You have 2 lives, and how many over lives you got. He's robot form. You have to do shooting towards him, and you have to use jump shots. It's the only thing that hurts him. But you're probably wondering, don't you just use jump shots the whole time? To get him, yes, because if he gets to your green zone, you're dead. But those DDD clones, or whatever they are, they come towards you, they touch you while you're there, you lose a life. So what you can do a couple things. You can shoot them on the ground in order to get them out of the way. Or you can wait till they come there, basically get yourself in ball state, because also you just shoot off instantly, as opposed to during the actual game. And there you go, did it without taking a hit. And Gemini 96, this confirms what you saw earlier today when it came to the extra version of this battle. He takes way more damage, way harder, but we just beat the game. So you do have to actually pay attention to a lot of stuff as far as that. But there you go, that's the end of the game, and it was directed by Takashi Saito. Did I mention, him? No, actually, did I even take his note down? I thought I did. Maybe not. Oh, no. I did, but I just didn't talk to him. Alright, the director of the game. I usually mention that the first thing, but alright, here you go. Directed by Takashi Saito. He was the project manager on Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards, by the way. He was the character design of Kirby's Adventure, and he was designer of Eggerland Meikyu no Fukatsu for the Famicom, which, by the way, is an entry in the Adventures of Lolo franchise, also from HAL. And also one that we haven't shown off yet. Actually, it's worth pointing out, that franchise came out before Kirby, and Lolo and La are in this game, except they add an extra Lo and La to them. So if you're wondering where Lo and La come from, the Adventure of Lolo game's from. There are a couple we got here on NES, but there's that one I mentioned on Famicom that was only Japan. Yeah, there you go. The original design of Tetsuya Hishida and Shinya Takahashi, who made Special T-Shot. And I'll also have an answer if it's been preserved as far as the Teleview. I think all the Teleview stuff has been preserved in archives. I know BS Zelda, which is not standing what you think it does. It's a remake of Zelda 1 for Super Famicom. That was a case where I think they figured that. And special thanks also to Jim Wornell, who's the announcer for F-Zero X, and also to Dan Austin, who was the co-translator of Earthbound. And also is the voice of General Pepper in Star Fox for Super Nintendo. Alright, so we did save the stars. We are all back as far as how that is. Alright, so in that case, Dreamland was saved. We defeated King DD, and we made it through without game over, which was amazing. This is a Nintendo game of that era where you have to reset the game, and resetting the game just to show the idea of some stuff. And then we're going to go to the SP version to show off everything. Also, I'll show what 2-player looks like later, but yeah, in that case, you basically play all your core section. One thing we didn't look at, I guess, is since we did get that set. Let's look at our member case. So, alright, I did okay as far as some of these. Because this is my other file that we had, but this is the one here. Alright, so yeah, it does take your stuff for that. And if you go back in, you basically can play any of the courses again as far as getting for score. What we're going to do is we're going to go over to the SP version. Let's go to Game Select and load that baby up. And you can see that SP banner here, by the way. it opens up everything in the game. You have to get, usually getting all the medals in order to get the extra game. Because basically you get extra course. There's also, map select, where you can select any of the maps to play on. Sound room, where you can listen to the music in the game. We'll do that later. And dance select, that shows the dance animations that go at the end of all of the courses and also in the 2-player. But for the purposes, we could use this to play the extra courses, so I load that up with the extra case and also the file they give you. They give you a max tomato as far as this extra 8 with golds and everything. I'm using this for the purpose of showing everything off as far as how it is. I wanted to make sure I could show all the stuff, so I said I think that's more important specifically. But as far as how to unlock them, I believe it is a case where you do have to get medals. In fact, I want to look that up now quickly as far as just because I didn't get a sense of that in the notes. But nothing else, here it is. It kind of looks a little more weird as far as it is. I guess a little bit like the fall view of Super Mario World, a little bit. Okay, so just to give you an idea, alright, I did get a sense of this. So in order to unlock this stuff normally, what you have to do is, there's also extra course of 2-player. You get those, you get medals on every course on normal. In order to get these extra courses, you have to get silver or gold on every normal course. You have to get silver or gold on every extra course in order to unlock the map select for normal courses. You have to gold every single extra course to get map select for extra courses. And you have to medal every extra course in order to get sound tests running. Just to let you know. And then, let's see. And I think you have to get silvers or golds in order to, silvers and gold medals and extras in order to unlock the dances. So in that case, yeah, I couldn't do it. I wasn't sure if it's a case where you could take bronze and it would be fine. But I realized now, I was like, no, it's not. I just want to get that answer out. And also, as I said, we haven't shown the SP side of Switch Online yet, so I figured, let me do that. And later on, before we end the show, I'll also duck into the NES side to show off what the other SP things are. Because so far, honestly, this is something I don't think Nintendo's really done in years. I think maybe since pre-COVID days, interestingly enough, as far as how it is. I don't think they've done SP versions of games at all for anything in, I don't know, yeah, as I mentioned, like, before 2020. But we'll go over what all those are, aside from the stuff for Super Nintendo. It's only Super Nintendo and NES that have stuff like that. There's nothing for Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, Nintendo 64, Sega Genesis, or GameCube that has that. So let's go to Extra 1. These are rearranged versions of the other courses that make them a lot harder. And some of these I've not seen until tonight. I practiced a lot of these, but there's a couple that I did not. So take a look what this is like. Alright, so for this one, they sometimes generally change up what the patterns are. So there's a Gordo there. Right, I also said I was going to check if the... I'll have to remember that. Spark on Gordo, can I kill it with that? Which I doubt I can, but I'll put it to the test anyway. Alright, in that case, they give you that, so... Actually, I don't think I can do that. Well, actually, wait a second. I think I can. Sorta. So I'll get that. Bounce off the wall. Oh, so yeah, just go around and get this. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing well on most of these, I don't think. And I don't think I'm going to be able to get 15, which is what every one of the gold medals are. I'll also try and find in the link list, is there a listing of the numbers that you need to get as far as what you have to go for getting gold medals or silver medals and everything. I mean, you saw the silver one I got tonight, but of other stuff... that's the other question. Okay. Alright, I sorted it on purpose a little, because I did want to, I don't know if I want to get that one on the hill, but he's on the hill, so I'm not going to avoid it. Or I can't really avoid it too much. Also, I don't think I'm going to go fast enough in order to get up there. In this case, if I can at least get myself in position for this, I'll take it. And I don't I can't do jump. Well, okay, I can do jump, but I don't know if I want to do jump. No! Okay, good, I went the other way. Alright, so I gotta hit it with Oh no! Yeah, nothing else. You're also seeing what hell running with what is it? Running with it on the hill is. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try and jump. I don't think I can make it. Well, maybe I can. I'll try every combination I can to try and get that ball in the hall. Ooh, okay, there we go. I'll take that. What do we got? Jesus, look at that. Okay. Okay, this could go either way. Let's see. Okay, there you go. Fantastic. Got it. Yeah, having it on the hills is the worst, and honestly, the extra courses oftentimes can get you in cases where that runs. But look, they give you the UFO very early. So in that case, I'm gonna go for it. That being said, I'm gonna have to give it up now. I mean, okay, I could have not given it up, but for this I figured, alright, I guess I gotta. I hear nothing. Let me see, can I... Yeah, just curve it again, and also... No, I'm not gonna do that. Just hit him. Yeah, just there we go. Stop as far as with the rock. There you go. And I just want to point out, the stars are just the indication of the enemies you kill. There's no benefit of collecting them. It's at the sound effects that come off them, which are dynamic based on your speed. Which do love that. Okay. 3 shots, I'll take that. Especially after hole 2. Alright, now for this one, let's see. That's jump. Alright, I guess I'll use this then. I'll go this way. I'll launch there, see if I can't get that. Boom. Just don't... Okay, I was gonna say, can I get the warp not going? But it's fine. That's probably the best I could hope for. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. I don't know how that's gonna go. Alright, that's not too bad. I'll say, honestly, like 3 strokes or so on each of these holes. If I can keep that going, I'll be happy. Yeah, we're gonna show them all off. And I figured, as I said, that's one of the other things I'll mention as far as this, because it's a question where I was thinking to myself, whereas for this one, I do want to go get the jump. I want to basically jump over the Gordo and then go get the squishies out of the way. There's a question of, is this a dereliction as far as my case of saying, hey, usually I'll unlock everything as far as this when it comes to a show. But I said, well, I don't think I'm good enough at this game, even with all the practice I put in. It's also a case I said, you know what, I figured it's also a good way to show off these SP versions, you know? So I don't feel as bad about it. And it could beat the game. It's not like I can't do that. It would probably be neither one thing. Is there is actually a friend of mine, one of my old bowling buddies, playing Hades 2. Jade is when he goes by, but I know what else he goes by. But that being said, good to see him. Yeah, Hades 2 just came out on PS5 and Xbox Series S and X, and I think there's like a new update for that for the purpose of the Switch 2 version as well. I know Max loves that game, and I get it completely. Or as we say with Tomodachi Life, I guess I should start telling this story. I love Skill Tree. I'll talk about that. But, just to go quickly before I go into that, I said it would have been either 2 things when it came to this game. It would be either I unlock all the extra course when we play them, or use this SP version. It's fine for this, I think. And also said, hey, let's just talk about this in a way that we didn't do. And I know sometimes that's a case of saying all these other things will Switch Online that we haven't looked at. But, alright, what I'm gonna do on this one. Oh, right, you can move it to left and right as you go, but you can't really see what's going on there. Okay, Squishy's down there. Right, because you start me over here, so sometimes you start you in an opposite area. But yeah, that's not gonna bounce me too much. Actually, question, if I shoot off of this, is that gonna bounce me? Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh shit, that's gonna be even worse. Turn around, turn around. Alright, sorry, Kirby. I love showing that. The idea is that eventually the parasol gives out. I think this is the only game where it does give out, actually, now that I'm realizing that. Alright, so I don't want to jump, but now I have to jump, otherwise I'm not going to get anywhere. And use that to get to the warp zone, and then go over that way. Okay, so let's talk about Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, in particular our experience with the demo yesterday. It came out yesterday as well, and I figured, hey, let's take okay, it was a question of practicing this more, but then Kazuma22 said, do you really have to practice that much? I said, I feel like I have to. But I said, well, Tomodachi Life's coming out tomorrow, or today, as far as yesterday when we did this. I said, there's a demo I downloaded. You downloaded it? Yeah. Let's take a look at it. We did have a ball as far as how we had the island set, and then also with Medics, who we had as part of the island, as well as Nikki as part of the island as well, and it was hilarious. I kind of want to buy this game on the back of... Oh, shit! You ever seen that happen, Gemini96? I got caught on the lip while it was spinning. Also, is it on? There you go. I want to take one of those. I've never seen that happen before. Thank God I'm recording this. I love when that happens. Not a glitch, but just a case of saying I hit it just right and I just kind of spun off the side of it. Alright, we made it. But anyway, as I mentioned, the experience we had with Tomodachi Life, the idea is that because Emetics has mentioned, in fact, he mentioned when he was on the show last time, a couple months ago, saying he was playing Pact of Exile 2. He loves that game as well. He loves games that have skill trees in them, and I was saying to Edwack, I said, does Emetics have any catchphrases? Because they asked you for a catchphrase, and he's like, I love skill trees. So let's put it in, except it didn't fit the whole thing, so it's only I love skill tree, singular. And he says that every time you talk to him, and I love it. I kind of want to buy this game. Oh shit, no! Why did I do that? I kind of want to buy this game on the back of it. I know Ack bought it, and he said it's great. And I'm kind of interested in playing it that way, too. And also, this week is another game I have a demo of that I haven't looked at yet. Pragmata, that's the new one from Capcom. Fitting, because we got 2 weeks of Capcom coming out, over the next few... yeah, 2 weeks of Capcom coming up after tonight's show. Ooh, almost. Okay, isn't too bad on the hill, but it's a case where I just have to shoot not too hard. There, we got it. Yeah, I've heard that game's awesome, but I haven't played the demo yet. And I have no lives, so this is gonna be... Okay, I'm on the last hole. So, I think we should be good. I don't know, chat, anybody's played that. I've heard some neat things. It's almost like a, from what I've understood, is... Oh, right. It's almost like a... I thought it was like an action shooting game, which maybe it is a little, but I've heard it's almost like a cooperative... I don't think puzzle game is the right way of putting it. And Capcom's been pushing that for the past couple of months, so that they really think they have something special in their hands. From what I understand, I think apparently they do. Just keep bouncing. Can I get up there to get them? Yeah, I'm doing that. Alright, fine, I'll take that. Alright, fire nice. Let's see, can I get across that? Yeah, screw it. Oh, shit. I took the risk, knowing full well what could happen, and I... Oh, shit, I died. It's game over. Okay, so that shows what happened with best score. Look at that. They got hole-in-one on almost everything. Actually, no, I want to look at this then. if this is the case of going through this, I guess I'm gonna look at that and see what hills is it possible to get hole-in-one on? Alright, since I got a game over, the two ways you can go. I'll get set. It's like, yeah, Kirby, get up. We got a job to do. You go back to the map. I will show all of the holes being beaten. So in that case, we're gonna do this again. No, turn around, turn around, turn around. Ooh, I just avoided the Gordo there. Dang it, maybe this is better. Maybe I can have a nice recovery from how I had before. And as I said, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to look at every single course, including the normal ones, when I'm done with this, and say, if this is the best file that they gave us as far as getting everything unlocked, does it show what holes is impossible to get hole-in-one, perhaps? If there are, well, no, there are some that I don't think you can. Well, okay, I almost got hole-in-one on that. Yeah, but if you do hit Wispy, he starts crying. Because, like, yeah, he'll be fine. Alright, so far it is actually going way better. So I'll take that. Actually, the other thing you can do is, you know what? I'll try something different this time. Let's shoot this way. Get that. Get the stone. And then take this. And then we can... Actually, yeah, this might be a better idea. So if nothing else, it shows that even though I got... Oh, shit! What did I do that for? I mean, if nothing else, it just show that if you think that you... Okay, if you're gonna be playing through a course and you make a mistake, you get game over. It does mean that you have an option as far as getting yourself figured out again. Well, now I'm doing worse on this one. Okay, there we go. Oh, shit, it was right on the edge of it. Okay, but either way. I mean, that made up, I guess, for, hole 2. But point is that if you get a game over, if nothing else, it seems like this is a game that's really conductive to looking back and saying, okay, I didn't do it, maybe I didn't get through it doing it this way, maybe if I do it another way. But actually, since I have this now... Oh shit, no, that was a waste of my shot. Sort of. I'm basically just gonna try and rotate my way around. Oh, there we go, that worked. You just hover around the hole and I made it. Fantastic. But, because I can't drop down since I got the fireball. There we go. In this case, now I can actually do this the right way, or try to, anyway. Or I don't do it the right way, I can at least get a lot closer so that I don't waste as many shots. Perfect, alright, we're going to the hole. Fantastic. Alright, actually, I'm doing pretty good on this now, so I think I just had to get that rustiness on this course off. Yeah, I'm not meaning the 15 where you have to get hole-in-one on basically every single hole that they let you have that on. In this case, I'm just gonna do that. I'm not gonna bother doing that. Whoa. But sometimes it's a little weird, because if you have that jump going on, if you move left or right too much, it's a case where you do that, oh, you're launching down there, move up, it's like, whoa, it kind of shifts up. Yeah, I don't think I can go through, well, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna hit that without hitting the arrow. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use the parasol now to stop, and then I'm gonna launch off. It's also one of those things I think I might wanna... Can I get that over there? Almost. Oh, there we go. That'll work. Looks weird as shit, but I can make that, I think. Oh, yeah, definitely making it. Alright. That was one of the weirdest shots I've ever successfully made in this game. Yeah, I'm doing good. Alright, so, that's there. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna... Actually, wait, Oh, here's a question. There you go. Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna move fast enough. Yeah, because your speed does matter when you're running the ice. So I thought I was saying, can that help me out? But the answer is no. Alright, not bad. Okay, so yeah, I'm doing way better now. So I have a full set of lives going into the last hall. Fantastic. And 19, not bad. I just need to hit a little harder. I'm just nervous to do it because I don't want to go flying off like that. That's also why I have a full set of lives, so I'm down with that. It also did put me right back here, so... It's like nothing ever even happened. Alright, so let's go. But I'm not using that yet, unless it looks like I'm gonna hit the warp gate. Okay, no. Okay, way better. Okay, fantastic. Alright, so off we go on the rocket. I don't know if there are other games that have this star rocket in it. Alright, there's 22. Fantastic. That's not... Wait. Oh, wait, just not even... Okay, because this is giving me a medal because I already got... Or, fine, the file already got the gold medal. Alright, let's take a look at Extra 2, then. As far as I could tell, the animations between stages are the same. Alright, now for this one, this is another one of those bouncing back things, sort of. Although, actually... Yeah, you know what? I do want to do that. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the other problem. Me doing that also meant that... Because I didn't go so far in order to hit the ghost or try to hit that thing. It also meant that I didn't hit it at all. But it did get me in better shape in order to hit them, so maybe taking the stroke is fine. Now let's take a straight shot. Alright, let's see what the other ones are like. I have gone through most of the extra courses, but there are a couple later on I haven't seen everything. Yeah, I'm so far enjoying myself and enjoying getting back to Kirby as well. Unfortunately, in this case... Look what we don't have here. We don't have, Sparks. And since Since Wispy is invincible to fire, yeah, I don't have a way to go that way, too. But what I can do is basically I'll just jump down. Yeah, that way. I gotta just do this. Alright, let's see. What about you? Can I get to you? Actually, I actually do want to pull back further just to see how can I angle that. Oh, that could go... Okay, that's gonna go straight to him, so actually that might be good. Except he's on hill, which is annoying, but still, I'll take it. Alright, there you go. That actually worked really well. Yeah, that bounce can save you if you really understand how to use it. But something it took me a long time to figure out how to make it work. Alright, good news is that, yeah, we're enclosed in a box, and I have the fire, so do that. Just bounce all over the place. Actually, yeah, that went pretty well, honestly. Alright, also, I will hit that. Okay, I just don't want to hit it too hard. And also, if you use it when there's nothing around, nothing happens. Okay, there you go. Okay, before we do this one, though, I want to hit select. Okay, so, yeah, apparently hole... Okay, I'm on 4. So apparently you can hole in one this one. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think I have hole in one this one before. And let me think about this. The way I gotta do that is... I don't... Okay, that's... Okay, yeah, no, that'll go through them. That's fine. I do that. That was off a bit. But still got him. The other thing I can do is, yeah, use my fireball to get across that. Okay, that's not how I meant to do it. Usually I'm supposed to do that and then hit there. Yo. Yeah, make sure to do that and don't slide my way off. Let's see, how far can I bounce? Yeah, I don't know if I'm getting far on this. Let's just take a high ground shot, see what we can do. Yeah, not really too much. Yeah, this is fine, so let's get that set, because I can just drop down. Okay. Yeah, because you will stop instantly in air if you hit the stone. Which is great to know, and great to be able to get this figured. Okay, so they're saying apparently this one takes the 3 shots to make. Yeah, given how this is, I guess I understand. Dang it, maybe I have the right way of doing it, thinking that way. That is, unless, can I do it better than they did? Oh, you know. Maybe. Let's see. Okay, not quite. I mean, I almost could have gotten it. Because in this case, I'm trying to make as little of a jump shot as I can. Oh no! That's too much. No, that's too much too. Crap, I'm dead. Yeah, my attempt to try and see, can I do better, and then just try and do those jump shots really hurt me. But I am over halfway done with this, so I'll take that. Alright, that should do it. Unless I'm off a bit. Okay, it didn't matter. Alright, now this one, did they say get hole in one? See, now I'm more curious about that. It's like, no, 2. Okay. I guess because you have to bounce there and then bounce back. Yeah, I think this is how I'm going to have to do this. So yeah, now you really have to get fancy. So maybe I was thinking, oh, right, I forgot. There's stuff up there, too. Right, there's wheel there. Right, I forgot about that. Right, so what I gotta do is actually... use the wheel, go across. Almost. Okay, that was funny. It looked like it was almost completely melding in with the Pumpkin Man. Now for this, I just need to see, can I get myself bouncing into the Waddle? Yes, I can. The Waddle Dee, yeah, I think so. Like that. Almost. This would be interesting to see if I can pull this off. Yeah, fantastic. So as a case of, yeah, I'm waiting on bated breath, just like, am I gonna make it? I'm gonna make it. And then you do, it's like, oh, it's great. If not, you do like the, oh! As I mentioned when we demoed this last time, my grandparents really taught me how that worked as far as golf. The idea of saying, like, yeah, why were they groaning when they were watching cases of golf on Sundays? And like, now I know. Yeah, fall right in. Fantastic. That was lucky. I was not expecting to be able to make that shot well. Alright, 24. Okay, this one I know you can hole in one. Although whether... think about this. I think I just gotta shoot straight and hard. Like that. Well, okay, never mind, maybe not. I'll stop with the parasol. That's fine. Negative, yeah, bounce my way up. I think that's fine. Let's go. Actually, yeah, going down the hill with this thing might not be too bad. Can I slow down, slow down, slow down? Unfortunately, no. Am I gonna fall in the same trap? Okay, I didn't, as that other hole. Fantastic. Alright. Yeah, I'm still having a great time looking through this. Actually, maybe going a bit shorter than expected. Though I knew this wasn't gonna be a long game, honestly, compared to some other ones. Because I know some of those Kirby games are gonna play. Going to the ones Gemini96U wanted to do, I know there's gonna be multiple parts. Well, how many? I don't know how long Forgotten Land is. And that's not even counting Star-Crossed World. And then Epic Yarn. Yeah, I don't know how long that game goes. I assume we probably co-op that game, I'm gonna assume. And also, I don't know what the scope of that's gonna look like, so that's gonna be a question. Okay, so this was interesting for Course 3, because remember how in the first hole we started down the bottom of the hill? Well, first off, it was way different. There's a gourd over there that's doing something. Actually, I think the idea here is that the reason they put that over there is that you kind of have to take a shot here. And go around. Although, actually, let's look at what they say. Okay, they took 2 shots to make this. I'm gonna assume... This is what I think what I did on my test, which is I said, I don't even bother with him. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with him. Let's just do it this way. I mean, honestly, I don't even know if I need to necessarily even be that fancy. As long as I hit the first squishy, I'll be fine. Mostly. Yeah, 3 inches away if I get that. Yeah, okay, this is not gonna help. I'm not gonna get 2 strokes on this one. And same deal as before, you do want to make sure you get it going enough so you can get a big bounce. Yeah, use the A button for the bouncing on your end to maximize your height. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm getting the feel down more kind of going through this. And that's kind of what happens, I'll tell you, when it comes to playing this game. And that's what I realized playing it myself. Especially because in this case, you start backwards with so many of these things. So in this case, yeah, remember, the conveyor belts are coming towards here. And they all are still coming towards here. So, as far as what can you do, you can either bounce your way out, which is what I tried to do. Or, you can try and go for one of the warp areas. In fact, I'm gonna do that. Oh no! Or, bounce away from the conveyor belts enough in order to get your way through that way. And then, just bounce your way up and don't hit the conveyor belts. I mean, I do like these extra courses because they make you have to kind of rethink a lot of what you did from the main game. Okay, that would be perfect if I had the thing down, but... Yeah, okay, that's actually went fine. I'm okay with that. Whoop. Yeah, just stop there. I'm fine with it. Yeah, you get the, like, twinkling sound as far as using the needle to get in there. I'm surprised you don't get that for the ice. But either way, there you go. Yeah, there are only 2 enemies here. This seems like it's gonna be easy, which, I mean, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do the same thing I did before. Just curve it so I can hit him and then bounce there. Because I don't know if I need to jump. Watch, the next hole is probably gonna be needed, or fine, suggest that I need it. But as I said, you can kind of play it any way you want. Like, you don't want the jump, don't take it. In that case, I'm saying no, I don't want the jump. I'm just gonna stick with the needle. Let's see. This is gonna be interesting. I don't think I want to hit it exactly, though. Well, that's also a not exactly. That'll work. Oh, actually, that definitely worked. Okay, cool. Four, 3, 2. It'd be great if I got a 1, but again, I don't know if you can get it on this hole. I mean, okay, I guess you can. Yeah, I think I can do it. I think I can do this. Can I? Hang on. Actually, you know, no, yeah, I can. I think. You go there, boom, hit him. So both the squishies are gone. Oh no! I was going too fast for that. Now let's wheel our way down. Boom. Oh, I got the rock. Perfect. This will be fantastic. I do love the backgrounds going to that because there is a lot of detail you're seeing there with the flowing rivers and all that. A lot of nice things to take in, and it gives a sense of, I guess, the idea of Dreamland kind of in a way being this kind of organic area where all these creatures live. Not that you don't get that out of the other games, because that's one thing the Kirby games tend to do really, really well, and that is world building. Am I gonna go off? Shit. I thought maybe I wouldn't, but alas I did. Here's my question. Can I also... yeah, I don't know if I can bounce up enough for that. I don't think I want to take the chance. I'll take that chance, though. Oh, no! I hit the lip. Yeah, I'll do that. That's fine. No. Okay, that was lucky. In that case, I'll take the rock. I'm fine with that. Or stone. I sometimes use them interchangeably, even though I know it's the stone power-up in this game. Okay. Yeah, I was also realizing maybe I'm not being as talkative on this one as some of the other cases, but I don't know, maybe it's the case of like golf. It's the idea of saying, you know, do the low golf force thing. Hold on. Here comes Kirby up to the 6th hole. There are 4 enemies. There are 2 air vents. There's the wispy woods over there. He seems like he's just kind of hanging out doing nothing. What do you think about that, John? Well, I think that there's going to be no problem for Kirby today. I get a sense that he's going to have a great shot. As long as he has good form. Looks like he's doing a jump shot. Actually, wait a second. Before I do that. That's fine. He goes that way, he'll get another jump. There's the swing. Good form. The air has come. Looks like he's going for the jump. And he made it. But, oh, he's going backwards. Looks like his balls. Oh, it looks like Kirby's hanging in the air. This is not a good place for him to be. He can't be happy with that shot, right, John? Well, Rick, I've played this game for... I've been involved with this great game for 31 years of my life, and I've never seen a shot quite like that. But you definitely got to give Kirby credit. He's still going, despite everything, and despite all of the questions that might be risen from him. Here he goes with the next shot. There's Wispy getting in the way. They're coming for par, so actually not a bad recovery for Kirby. There you go. Alright, fantastic. Oh yeah, because we're here now, so remember we're on the island before, so in this case we're kind of stuck on the island. no, I didn't want to do... Whoa! Okay, I've never seen that happen before. The case where because I was trying to hit the ice as I hit the ground, but the timing was a bit off. Alright, now I'm in a spot. Now the question is, where are the other enemies? Alright, they're over there. Alright, that's fine. I'll take that. Actually, wait, can I? Not really. But hold on. No, I don't think I want to do that. I think, well, because I'm hitting with topspin anyway, as long as I hit this right. I'll be fine. I was just afraid it was just meant when I'm going down, I'm gonna hit the hill in the water. And so far I think we're good. So I didn't. It's probably because I hit the perfect shot on that. Ooh, got it. Alright, last hole. And look what we have. We have UFO, although... Actually, yeah, UFO is not gonna be... This is not gonna be too bad. If I can get this right. Okay, it's good, it's good. Even though I'm off on an angle and I'm not going very fast. Yeah, that's fine. I'll stop and take that shot. There you go. Oh no. Yeah, just circling around. Get myself lined up. Okay, that's fine. Not great as far as it, but I lived, and I'll take that. $29. Okay. Honestly, the only one that I really got trouble as far as game over on was the first one, so we'll see how the other ones treat me. And at that point, we'll probably be done with the show at that point. This is not gonna be that long. I'm gonna assume probably another hour, I would think. Question now is, let's go see. I do want to take a look at this. Okay, so you can hole in one this. I'm gonna assume. I guess you probably use the... I think the way they're probably going to do this, they're probably going to use the tornado. So let's go get it. Oh no. Wait, no. Why am I doing ground shot on that? I don't want to do that. Yeah, because I'm in the sand, I can't really shoot my way straight out of that. No. Turn around. Alright, that's good. In this case, I don't even need to bother with the jump ability. Just drop right in. Fantastic. Alright, now here, this is gonna be interesting. A lot of them on hill. So I want to try and avoid that, but I also want to see... Actually, no, that's okay. Yeah, let's curve it. In this case, I don't want to use my jump. At least not yet. Whoa. Actually, I don't really want to use it here. I think I want to use it on... Oh yeah, perfect. I turned that off. Yeah, it'll work. Oh, okay, I can still, I think. Actually, wait, can I? Okay, as I said, I just don't trust the idea that I'm gonna make that shot right by shooting upwards. Weird enough, I trust myself with jump shots more than I do with straight shots, particularly going up hills. And sometimes when not going up hills, I guess. Okay, got it. Yeah, some of these are the same. You're seeing they're kind of rearranged versions of the other ones, but they do still give a lot of unique things. They definitely make it worth playing through to get. Alright, so that worked. I hit the one on the side, and then it was able to get me going over there. It's weird. I do want to hit them, but I also still... Actually, am I standing on that? I think I want to put that to the test. No. Oh, I was. Oh, I was. Oh, no, I wasn't standing on it, I should say. Alright, I can avoid that as far as the spinning tiles. I do love the effect of how that looks. Oh, no. Okay, good. I thought I was gonna go in that warp again. Okay, good. I also love the rainbow effect when you when you get Kirby in the hole. Cause like, yeah, there's no ball. Kirby's the ball. I mean, it's also kind of, I guess, like a mini golf concept as well. I don't think I really kind of gave too much credence to yet. Okay, I do want to go up here. I want to go get the stone. Yeah, I'll go that way. Why not? I don't know if I'm supposed to go this way, but still, also. Oh yeah, they did it in 2 shots. Okay. Oh no. In this case, saying I'm just gonna stick with my stone and I'm not gonna bother with the fireball. I love how fast that goes, but it's something where I just get nervous using it sometimes. Alright. Okay, this one though. Yeah, you definitely need to be careful on what you're picking here. Don't pick the fire. I basically say avoid that one here. Basically what you want to do is you kind of want to go up here. I guess I'm gonna have to shoot my way up. Right, because I'm coming down, it'll push me towards the waddle to get him. And stop me there, and... Okay, right, I gotta be careful here, because... I'm making a jump shot, and I'll tell you what I'm gonna do as soon as I land on the ground. Hit me! Oh no! I was trying to get so I'd stick to the ground, but unfortunately, because I was just in the air, I flew off. And all because I didn't want to shoot down the hill, which was a smart move. And I can't... Okay, I have to be really careful with this one. Ooh. Yeah, because if I hit it too hard, I'm going off. And even then, I had to really light touch, and I almost did go off, as far as shooting down. Alright, now this one is... There's no Gordos here compared to how it was before. Basically, what I like to do on this one is I basically bounce, and then I'm gonna go get the fire from there. Basically, get that, hit the stone, hit the ground, and then basically use the fire and go across. There you go, my favorite bounce back is here. Except... I don't know if I'm gonna be able to bounce high enough to make this happen. Not quite, almost. Okay, now, there are two... Okay, no, alternatively, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. No, I'll just do this. We'll just go backwards. No. Yeah, I don't know, this might be a bad idea. Yeah, okay, it wasn't as bad an idea as I thought. Hey, wait a sec, can I do better than that? Yeah, I can. I didn't even miss it that much, but I didn't get the timing down on the line. Okay, so next... Yeah, Kirby's getting tired. I'm getting tired too, but not because I'm tired of the game, but just because I had a long week. But as I said, I do still love doing the show, and it's not a case where I ever get tired of, doing it, Just a case where I feel like I've kind of gone with pretty much everything I guess I can kind of say on this to start. Okay, one thing I can do, though, is I can basically go right down the hill. Hit the warp point. Oh, I was off! Shit, I didn't even notice I was. Well, okay, that's... Well, oh, that sort of helps. Maybe, can I... Oh, I still was going completely straight. Alright. Alright, to make sure I hit it now, well, I will. Okay, well, again, it seems like it's also, because it's such a close quarter, it almost looks like I'm gonna miss it. In this case, I basically just want to survive. But I think we'll be fine. Alright, yeah, let's go. Yeah, you don't want to go that way, you want to go this way. Is it go where the UFO is? Where the UFO is and where the... Wait a second, hold on. Alright, because I gotta do a jump for that. Yeah, you need to go and get the jump first. Yeah, it's more than enough. Get that. As you roll down the hill. Jump up. Get the UFO. and then use that. I should get over there in time, and I drop right in. All in one. Fantastic. Good way to end that. Not that I need extra life, but I'll take the hole in one to close it out. Alright, we're halfway done with these courses. Alright, they did 15, I did 34. Alright, so that's extra 4, so 5, 6, 7, and 8 are next, and then DDD, and then we'll show off the extra stuff that is around, and then we'll be done with the show. Now, I don't know if on all these they completely looked. Right, okay, so for this one, as we look at the card, yeah, you can hole in one this one. I can totally see I can hole in one this one. Which I basically have to make the shot enough. Don't go the whole way, but go enough of the way. Get that set. Hit the UFO, and then we'll go. Woo! Whoa, shit. But yeah, if you hit the wall, you're out, which is fine. Yeah, you have to have pretty much perfect control of how the UFO is going, especially when it's going insanely fast. Okay. Yeah, I don't actually. This is one of the ones I didn't see everything out of. So in some ways, I'm seeing this. Oh god, no, I am. You are seeing me do this blind, which is good because I know people are asking, like, when are you gonna do something blind? We're also doing that with what we're recording tomorrow, or starting anyway. Which I'll go on that in a little bit. Oh shit. Yeah, if you don't hit the shot just right, you won't skip across the water. Alright, with 2 strokes, I'll take that. No question here. Okay, wait a second. No, I take that back. I did see this. I think. Right, because I did see this. Yeah, because now it's coming back to me. But, okay, can I get back up there? It's weird. I kind of do want to go and get, that now. Actually, yeah, I think I can. Almost, come on. Oh no. Actually, what if I jump? Can I make that happen? Sorta. Just get me a little closer. I mean, I think that'll hit it anyway, so let's do that. There we go, perfect, look at that. Beautiful. People that try to get over the hill. Almost. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with that, I don't care. Also, yeah, this is kind of just a pit anyway, so I can just shoot straight up. Yeah, it's one of those cases where I said, oh, I'll go for the tornado enemy, but then I was like, no, I guess I can go for the jump enemy. Right, now this one, we have the ice there. Okay, now I remember this. Yeah, this one I do want to curve that down, because then I go straight. Almost dead on. Gotta go down, do slide. Hit that. Now I could try and see, can I leap up? Now go back in the water. There you go. Yeah, the wall helped. Alright, yeah, this case, they clearly want you to use the, tornado around, or I kind of do want to get the UFO if I can do that, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to try and take a straight shot. Get that out of the way so I can see, can I make that launch? I think I can. Yeah, I definitely can. Right, now I'm on the ground, so let's just keep going. Oh, right, no, I lost it. So in that case, maybe I should have waited. No, I can also see if I can't use the tornado, get my way in. Ooh, almost. No, not enough. Okay, there you go. Okay. Oh, right, I did practice this, I remember now, right, because I went backwards. I said, can I use the wheel to go this way, which... I think my initial thought was saying... Okay, I guess Kracko just doesn't use lightning in this level. Okay, that answers my question from earlier. Oh no, why did I do that? Yeah, I'll try and get that thing, and then I guess take the warp. Oh, right, no, I can use that. I can use my tornado. There we go. That worked. Yeah, good thing I remembered I had that. There's a warp point. You have room. Is it I'm going off and I don't have this? Oh right, yeah, I don't know why I did that. Why did I let the wheel go? I guess I should have stopped it with the spark. Oh, I don't know if that would have stopped it. Yeah, it's just Kracko's just sitting there doing nothing. Take a hard shot and get ready. Ooh. How many lives do I have? Okay, I have 2. I just wanted to see how many it was. Ooh, I was glad I got that. At first I was looking at it saying, am I gonna be able to make that shot? Okay, right, this is the same thing with the rocks again, except in this case... Okay, first off, I guess I gotta take this, because... Okay, let me think about this. Oh no! I was gonna try and hit the arrow, but alright, that's not gonna be good. Yeah, if I'm gonna get a game over on any of them, it's gonna be this. Basically, it's just a case of seeing where can I make a shot and be safe. That's me going down the steps. Actually, I had to bounce. Can I pull back? Yeah, I think I kind of want to do that. Oh no. Well, let's see. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, I'll hit that, but I'm not going to shoot it very hard. Yeah, basically give it a light touch, and I think we'll be set. Okay, can I... Yeah, I'll need... Well, you know what? I will need a launch to that, but you know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to shoot towards the sand. Yeah, you just don't want to do that in a golf game, but for this one, I think I do. Alright, now... Yeah, it looks like pulling back isn't doing anything. Actually, I don't even think angling my shot's doing anything. Or... That's fine, let's do that. Yeah, just follow the path, follow the path. Alright, so same deal as before, I'm just gonna shoot. Oh, thank God. Yeah, now it's getting a little hairy. Alright, now for this one, what do I gotta do? Alright, this is basically just, use the spark to get rid of the wispy, number one. Oh. That seems, it looks like I didn't even go the right direction. I kind of just going all around. Use that to go up the hill a little more, get that set. Oh, okay, that's, oh, shit, no! Go the other way, go the way! Shit. Alright, I'm not gonna show that, but that was where the hole was, so... I got game over on that one. Yeah, I'm not gonna finish that one. I can also show game end, basically, well, I'll show at the end. I've shown it before when we looked at it last time, but... Yeah, in that case, I got so close to the end, I think that we're just gonna move on. My thought was saying, yeah, the way the tornado went, I was gonna fall anyway. I said, can I mitigate that with the jump? But, alas not. Alright, let's look at extra course 6. You remember this was bouncing around as far as how it was with the fire before, which is the same way, except it's starting up here. Except, yeah, I'm not going fast enough to do a hole-in-one. But what about the game? Can it do a hole-in-one? Yes, it can. In that case, you're doing 3. I'm just nervous about that one that I was, actually did pretty well on the normal course. I think that was hole 3. Alright, now for this, it's sort of the same as that other one, except, right, because, okay, what I want to do is... Hold on. No, wait a sec. I was gonna say... Because that's the rock, but if I... Yeah, I can't really do it the same way as the other one, but I'm gonna try something. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna make this. Honestly, that wasn't as bad as I expected. Alright, there we go, we're going in. Oh, well, almost. I guess it was on the lip. I was a little late to mention this, but I do have the profile picture up there of Kirby the UFO. There are a couple of cases of Kirby that I was kind of questioning how do I have it for tonight's show, but that's the one I stuck with. Okay, this is actually a little better because we're going in reverse, number one, but it also gives you the power that will stick me to the ground directly on the hill. As long as I get that, we're in good shape. Or say fuck it and see if I can't make the jump to make my way across without dying, but no, alas not. Man, I don't think I can make that shot. It's too far. To the point where I think I'm gonna just quit this level and start again. Well, so let me see something here. Can I get over there just as far as what I'm doing? Yes, I can. Ouch. Okay, well, I'm getting game over anyway. It also shows that if you use the stone on spikes or something, you're not gonna live, or you'll basically get yourself hurt. Alright, I'll show this because I can just go back into there. Let me show you what happens when you go to game end. You have the hand. I guess this is where Master Hand came from. This and not Super Smash Bros. It came from Kirby Super Star. He says, "Let me wake up." I can't wake him up. Let me crush him with a star. That'll work. It didn't work. He just fuck this. I'm going home. Let's go back to the extra course. Let's look at. It was 6, right? I'm also curious then what they did as far as this. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know what they did for the purpose of getting hole-in-one on this. No, I don't want to do that. I want to keep going on the walls. Actually, you know what? Oh, no. Okay, I can't get out of this stage without losing my ability. Because I was going to say, can I hold on to fire for the next level, but I don't think I can. I know I can't. Actually, one thing I'll tell you I can do. I can jump, because it slows me down a little. Because I did too early. That's probably how you hole-in-one this one. Oh no. I think we're going in. Okay, now the next one. Yeah, the next one's making me nervous, because actually I haven't seen this course at all. Alright, so what's the best way across? I think it's basically just... I don't want to just... That's the thing about this. I don't want to leave that out there. I don't have to necessarily, but I don't think I can get it yet. stop there. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do something different. Actually, can they do this in hole-in-one? I wanna see. This file, do they do it? They did in 2. I really wonder what they did. Okay, I need to get this. I'm not putting the hole out there. Okay, now I have to go back this way. Also, can I bounce it further than that? That's fine for now. Yeah, in this case, just, yeah, stick on the ground. I don't care. That's good, but I'm gonna hit the spikes. I don't want to do that. Crap. Okay, good. Yeah, it's a rare case where I got in the hole without any tomatoes at all, so in that case, I'm set. Especially after I got hit by a hazard. Yeah, that can help. Perfect. No, why'd I do that? Because I was trying to get the UFO. But it also shows you, yeah, the rock can, yeah, you'll slide down the hill. I just figured, let me show it since I'm gonna die anyway. I do want to get that thing, though. That's my thought. I still went off. Actually, no, I think the way I want to go about this is basically just shoot straight here. Get that set and do a jump. And then go in here. That's what I should have done in the first place, but either way, I got it. Can I get through the rest of these on just one life? Well, one thing I think that's good. Take a shot and then get that set so I usually just fly at max speed. Just hit every damn thing around. What's the item I have? I have the... Alright, almost. Okay, that actually turned out really, really well. I could have used the hole-in-one, but, aside from that, I'm okay with this. Yeah, I'll take a low shot or low stroke case as opposed to saying, hey, I gotta get a life, if it has to come to that. Alright, because we're going down this hill. I mean, this course isn't very threatening, so I'll take that. If it means just kind of going straight ahead and just getting everything, I'm okay with that. Oh, no. No, I don't want to do that. I'm not trying to jump, am I? Well, I wasn't intending to, if I was. There we go. Stick right there, and then let's do it. There's one thing I'm concerned about looking at this, which is... Okay. Oh, no! Shit. You know what? I'm gonna rewind. I'm breaking my rule. The only reason I'm saying that is because that was not what I was concerned about. I was concerned about... Right. I overshot it. My thought was saying if I was gonna hit the side of that, and I hit right in between it, and then I'm not gonna... And then I'll go and die. It's like, no, I'm sorry. For that, I said I'm gonna break my rule of not rewinding. But same deal as before. This seems like this is actually the same. Oh, perfect. Okay, even better. Oh no! Shit, no! That's even worse! My thought is... Okay, fine. Well, let's do it again. Except, unfortunately, I'm launching in the air. So, alright, I am rewinding now. I don't care, because this is more of a showcase above anything else now. Right, I want to launch that, so we're gonna launch down there. There we go. Go that way so I can get the UFO. Or, if I can't get the UFO, get the jump. So I can then jump a little bit to try and get it now. Boing. There we go, perfect. Turn around, and then make a big-ass U-turn. Perfect. Yeah, this is not earned, but I don't care. I just want to get through these and show them all. Okay, now this is interesting because, yeah, there's Wispy there, but I don't have a Kracko to get rid of, or a Sparky, or Spark to get rid of him. So let's see here. I think what I want, I'm trying to think about this. Right, I think what I want to do is, hang on. Is that what I want to do? Launch it? I don't know. Let's see. Hang on. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways I could do this. Or wait, I've got the... What am I doing? I got the UFO. Well, to start, I can do this. Oh, shit. Well, it does... I'm not going to rewind that. Basically, what that does is... If you hit the wall with the UFO, it goes away. Since I don't have it anymore. I was gonna go this way. I use my own devices to get through this part of it, but... Alright, the hole's right there. Fantastic. Ooh, I could have maybe bounced off that and gotten in, but alright. Okay, there we go. So by cheating, I got through this. Yeah, not my scores. Well, fine. My score is the 29. 13. That's how well they did. So they're probably somebody who's a master of this, but then again, as I always said, I'm not necessarily promising to be master at any of this stuff. Certain things I was like, hey, I know what I'm doing. And I do know what I'm doing to a certain extent on this. No, let's go 7. But the extra stuff, that I don't know as much. Alright, yeah, for this one it actually looks kind of different as well. Because, like, the black checkerboard. In this case, I'm going to launch from there and see, is it enough? Okay, good, it is. Oh, that's okay. There we go. That's the end of it. Let's go up. Okay, no, it's not gonna be enough. I'd say, yeah, my favorite thing to do in this game, bouncing. We got to do it again. Okay, sometimes it's the best way to go, so in that case, I'm gonna take it. Oh no, I shot too short. Oh shit. Yeah, almost there. So actually, alright, this is gonna be a little longer than I thought, but either way, we're getting full case on this game. Yeah, but how I'm gonna do this? Yeah, because they start me down here. Okay, right, they start you up here normally. So this is, okay, this is definitely interesting. This one they're changing, I think, the most of all of them so far. They're down here in the pit. In this case, I'm saying, well, let's just see how far I can take this. Perfect. That's kind of what I wanted to do. Because I wanted to get rid of that, and I wanted to get my jump over there, and then hit that, jump up. There we go. Fantastic. And since this has walls, I can bounce back and forth, no problem. And then for this, get the parasol, and then go there, and we're done. Okay, fantastic. But we are going to use this. Just hit that. I don't know if it's going to get me out of this box, but that's fine. I'll do it. Oh, no, it will. Yeah. Stop! Whoa! I tripped over it. Okay, that was interesting to see. Following that path, no problem, at least. Okay, awesome. Yeah, that was a little hairy, but, yeah, it went well. Yeah, this is the most radically different one, honestly. Now, this is a case where... Ooh, that... I don't like the look of that. Yeah, the point where, honestly, I want to go for that thing and then get my ass out of the way. You know, I'd also do that because I want to hit him. I don't think I'm going to hit him is my thought. I don't know. Am I actually gonna hit him? It looks like I'm inside the dude. Like I'm merging with him. No, I'm not. Oh, I'm sliding down. You know what? I'm not gonna take that. Actually, hold on. How many on lives? I mean, I'm at 2 on hole 3. Damn, maybe it's okay. I don't know, maybe it's okay as far as doing this. I'm just nervous of going out of bounds or something. Well, either going out of bounds. Yeah, because I don't want to hit that dash panel. I think I'm going to go flying. That makes me nervous. Yeah, let's just do something I know how to do well. Bouncing. I keep saying that. Like, that's where really the idea is, like, I'm doing bouncing like crazy. But I kind of like doing it. That'll work. If I can do this. Okay, I'm perfect as far as this. So let's skip. I'm down with that. Inches away. Yeah, it is really interesting. And again, you're seeing just how well thought out this game really is and how they kept coming up with interesting ways to challenge you. Yeah, you gotta make sure you can get that going, yes, but still. Wait. Okay, that's fine. I'll shoot straight, get the wheel, I'll go up there and I'll stick myself to the ground. Vroom. Okay, up. Oh, that's up there. There's a fire. Do I want the fire? I don't know. The fact that I'm even asking that question shows that maybe there's a... Okay. Oh, yeah, I got it. So it's either way. Actually, yeah, this is pretty good. Oh, no! Alright, this is gonna be interesting to get my way back up there. Hold on. Yeah, I want to be careful shooting my way over there. This could be a disaster if I don't do this right. Well, oh, well, okay, that was okay. Because if I can get to the conveyor belt, then I can get myself brought up there. Right, I'm getting tired, so this is where things are getting serious. Almost. Yeah, I'm not gonna rewind that. I'll take that death. Okay, how much? That's not gonna help me too much. Okay, just get to that. Alright, there we go. This can help. Oh no, but I keep rolling back. So honestly, in that case, it's even worse. Just keep bouncing. I'm just gonna keep doing that because it's what I know best. Yeah, that's the weird thing. Now I'm afraid to even shoot up there, but I have to go up there. It's almost as if that was a trap as far as what I was doing. You know, oh, I can do this. Okay, there you go. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's way better. Yeah, I'm almost dead, but it's fine. If I can get... Now I need to see if I can't get my way in here somewhere. Right, because I'm gonna hit the side of the wall, or no, side of the hill. Ah, dead. Also, question, since I got to 9 shots, is that the end of this? No, I think I can go more than that. I guess, so the point is I don't think they give you a shot on it. Yeah, they don't. 10 shots, good god. Good lord. Yeah, because you can't even rely on the conveyor belts. I thought I could. I lost 2 lives on that one level alone. Shit. Yeah, what about this one? Okay, so this is the... Right, because then I have to... Okay, so it's like the jump thing we had before. Basically use the spark to get rid of the wispies. Then, instead of having jump over it, I have to use the tornado to go around it. I missed the, turbo shot. Alright. By the way, let's get my tree killing on. There we go. Actually, wait a second. Hold on. Right, because I'm still in form of this. Alright, off by inches, but alright, I'll take that. So that's a good thing. I was like, wait, I'm still in the form of that, so I can just blast right through. But I also didn't want to go too far, lest I go in the water. Alright, and this one, which, oh, okay. That's great for able to get the... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna try something. Oh, I don't get whiffed. Never mind. Actually, wait a sec. Does that ignore the... Oh, that ignores the conveyor belt. I think. Okay, I didn't know the tornado ignored that. Alright. Good to know. Alright, if nothing else, I'll tell you this. I'm learning so much about this game just from this alone. I was saying, yeah, I think I can still go into this. Good. Fantastic. Yeah, not how I expected to do it, but it's how it worked, and it works, so I'm down with that. Even though this is really hard, this is actually pretty interesting still, and... Alright, so yeah, that's weird. These arrows are totally useless because, yeah, the wispies are there. There's no reason to hit them. Except... Let me think about this. Actually, wait a sec. How... I wonder, let me see something. Well, okay, now I can use that to go over the... Oh, there we go. Can I make... Oh, we're not quite. And unfortunately, also, I'm right by the wall, so I don't think I can jump. Yeah, I can't. So I have to basically hit into the wall to get my way over. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Just let myself go in. There we go. Yeah, these are actually pretty clever, even though some of them are really, really hard. In that case, I'm glad to see really how clever they are. And as I said, I think the idea is that Hal really was onto something here, and maybe it is a case of them thinking, hey, you know, let's give them the shot to this in the future as far as doing something else with it. Alright, I don't know if I can get up. Can I get there? I'm wondering, if I have the wheel, can I make the shot with the wheel? Yeah, I can actually. Whoa. Oh no, right, that's what I meant. I'm glad to have shown that. Yeah, I will, show the idea that that's what I meant when I said, hey, be careful of what the height of the, what was it? The height of the wall coming back is. You'd think, well, what does that mean? It means that, yeah, you can smack right dab into it, and then you're dead. But I'm not going to do that. We're just going to finish it this way, and then we'll go to 8, and then the end of it. Because, yeah, I took a risk by doing that, but it's either way. Inches off, but either way, we're set, we're done. Alright, so next we'll look at extra 8, and then we'll... Actually, yeah, I guess I will... right, I said I was gonna demo a couple things. And then we'll be done. So yeah, we're getting a full 5-hour show out of this. I wasn't sure if we would or not. Alright, 38. Okay, and finally, extra 8. Let's take a look. Yeah, DDD's back, and he's causing more havoc. Same idea of him hiding, but I was like, yeah, we're gonna go get you. Okay, so if we had the case of going there, as far as coming down... Okay, this looks easier. Well, actually, it might be, because guess what's over here? Wheel. I can go right up the hill. Perfect. Yeah, this is way easier, except it's a case of thinking, well, am I gonna be able to... Okay, I can get that. Yeah, I do have to make quite a trek down, though. It is way easier than the normal one. So I guess in this case they're saying, well, I guess they're... Okay, it's a trick. I think that's the idea. There's no way that the other ones are going to be as easy as this. Okay, no, I know one of them isn't, because I think I did use the, on my practice, I did use the map select. I looked at the last one because I was curious, what do they do to make that one happen? So that thing. Alright, so this is gonna be interesting because... Oh wait, use this. Right, because I need to do that, I need to curve it so I can get... Oh, it's not chili, it's Frosty. Did I call him chili or Frosty? Oh, he's chili. No! Shit! Okay, this is not the way I mean to do it. Well... Let's try it. Let's go along the edge. This is not how I expected. Yeah, the fact that I didn't fall in the water from that is incredible. Give me that. We'll go up and get you. There we go. Oh. I mean, it's fine. I'm up here. I don't care. And then get my ass down there, but it's not a straight shot. And I'm gonna die doing this because there's no way in hell I'm gonna make it this way. Okay, so let me think about this then. Is that gonna go? It will now. Oh, okay, no. It will as long as I don't do anything weird on this. Okay. Yeah, it was a little off, but I'll take it. Gets me out of here quicker, I'll take that too. So, not bad, it's just a case that I didn't know how to handle that. I handled it in the most unorthodox way imaginable. Even by this game's standards. Oh, okay. I get there, shoot there, and then... Okay, not too bad, actually. Alright, yeah, that was actually way better than I expected. This is interesting, because, yeah, it's up there. There is a warp, over there, so I can use that. That might be my way to go. Actually, wait. Oh, it's Parasol up there. Alright, this is gonna be interesting because they're the vents. I can do that. One thing I'm curious about. I wonder how the Parasol's affected by vents, if at all. Let's see. Oh, wait. Okay, it is. My descent was so slow, though, and I didn't hear the idea, like, was it actually affected by that? It's slight. It's more slight than I expected it to be. Yeah, because I think the only context upon which I think you can have the Parasol with a fan around, I think. Alright, this is gonna be interesting. Let me hit him. Let's do the launch. There you go. Okay. Actually, yeah, this isn't gonna be too bad because in that case, I used to do that and then do the jump and see if I can get my way over there to get it. See, like, bounce. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna reach it, but either way. I say, yeah, can I do that to maybe mitigate this one? No, not quite. I thought, could I bounce my way up the hill, but the answer is I don't think so. Okay, that'll work. Alright, 3 more courses to go. And that'll give a credence to the multiplayer, and also we beat the final boss for real. Because, yeah, it's way harder. Like, there's... Okay, no, right, I demoed this one off-screen, too. Right, for this one... Okay, what I want to do on this is... Go up here... Oh, no! Well, okay, that's not exactly what I expected to do. And my thought was saying, hey, I can do that, get the Parasol, and then get the UFO. But now I just have to get the UFO. No, I don't want to do that. I want to actually hit that thing. Look at that. This is a unique case of saying, yeah, Kirby's actually facing the camera for once. Okay, there we go. 3. Yeah, and, oh no, we have 2 more left. I was gonna say, the last one is kind of the interesting one. It's a weird take on the final hole, which I love the final hole in this game, from the main case. Alright, now this one, they're all in here. Oh, and there's 2 jumps over there, so I do need to get my way out. So what I'm gonna do is... Uses to go through everything I can with the UFO. In that case, I'll tell you when as soon as it runs out, saying let's just run on the firewall and grab that. Also, for the jumps, I'm curious about one thing, which is... That's one thing we could do, but I don't know if I want to do that exactly. What's the best way to get out of here? Yeah, bouncing again. It seems like that's the best answer to everything, bouncing. Oh no! Oh, oh shit. At first I was saying, am I gonna fall? I was like, no, I am gonna fall. Yeah, we're almost through this. Actually, I'll tell you what this is like. It's not dissimilar to, actually, Pilewings. Fitting we demoed this when we played that, as far as the Super Nintendo version. That's another case where you have, like, those extra missions. God, they are insanely tough. Actually, that didn't have an SP version. We ran on this, and it didn't have one of those. So yeah, if you're gonna be going through that way, you gotta do it on your own. How many lives do I have? Oh, I'm out of lives. Oh, this might be good. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, so don't overshoot this, otherwise we're done. Or I'll just rewind. This juncture. Alright, we got it. Okay, the last one's pretty interesting, so I'll show this. I don't know how to do this one right, though. Because like the other ones, that insanely long run is a question of saying, what am I going to do to get across everything? Yeah, we started the other end. And where the warp goes, I don't know if it goes to the beginning. In fact, I don't know if it does. No, I don't think it does. At least I don't think it does. Right, because it goes there. Okay, this is, maybe this... Okay, maybe this is how to do it. I don't know. Okay, maybe this is how to do it. Okay. Then go... Well, almost. Okay. I was like, that was pretty thrilling, but not exactly what I was looking for. Wait, no, I want to jump over that way. Okay, now I'm in the air, yeah, use that, and then we're gonna... Oh, good. I didn't want to warp. Alright, yeah, a little unorthodox, but I think I had the method. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm probably not gonna show off every, case of, like, what the... It's quick. I can do it. As far as the computer did, as far as the holes and everything. Actually, I didn't show on this one, as far as the courses. Yeah, it's gonna be quick, and then we'll go fight. I'll go fight the boss. Actually, I'll fight the boss, and then we'll, do that for the normal courses, and then we'll show the other stuff. And I'll be on the show for the night. Alright. Alright, DDD for reals now. This is a lot harder. And also, I ran into a glitch when I was doing my test today. I want to share that with you, because I died for some reason. I don't know why. The main difference is that he takes way more damage here. And it wasn't until I fought him tonight that I realized that, saying, wait, hold on. Same deal as before about how you fight him. Basically, make sure you don't get yourself blindsided by the other robot DDs. Nope. Yeah, 'cause if you do... Oh, thank God I just missed getting hit by that. Also getting much more tense music, although I think that's in the normal fight, too. Oh, no, it's only in this one. Yeah, I'm dead here. It's alright. Jesus Christ, he moves towards me fast. Yeah, because if he gets to your danger zone, same deal, you're gonna die, and I think that ignores any lives you have extra. At that point, at least I think it does. Yeah, you're seeing he's taking way more hits this time. But we did get him still. Alright, so we did get him. I think the ending's the same as far as how it is. Alright, so I think what I'll do is, we'll have some other stuff, but I want to go into my final thoughts on Kirby's Dream Course now. It's a fitting case as far as the credits here. This is a really unique and surprisingly in-depth game that kind of wears a lot of unique hats the way Kirby does, although the hat system didn't get introduced until Superstar. But that being said, metaphorically speaking, it does that. But anyway, it's a case where there's a lot of unique things to this, and even as I mentioned, if sports or golf are not your thing, I think you might like this. Even Chasm22, as I mentioned, he's not a big one on sports games, generally speaking. Most of the people in my circle aren't. But this is a different kind of sports game. I don't even know if I think sports game when I look at this in its weird way. And I think it is one of the most unique looks as far as any sport, as far as how to really kind of twist it around with something like this. To the point where sometimes I've asked this, I said, what are games in a genre that people normally don't go for, they would go for? As far as a sports game, this is basically a way to trick people saying you're playing a sports game, because I don't know if they'd even look at this and think necessarily that's a sports game. Even when Nintendo marketed it, they didn't point out this is like golf, and I didn't really even think that myself. They say it's a checkerboard challenge on the box. But there's a lot of depth and intrigue to this game, and also a lot of unique ways to kind of approach every challenge it has. And this game's gonna challenge. You saw how it was. In case I was almost going silent for some of this stuff, just because I was so focused and saying, like, am I gonna do this? Like, oh no, I don't know how I'm gonna be able to handle this thing. But it is really satisfying. You see how it's set up, and you basically build up what you're gonna do, and you have that plan come together. It's great. It's really satisfying. And it's a lot of fun. And if you haven't played it, I'd recommend you give it a shot. It is on Switch Online here. You can play it here. On Super Nintendo, I own this thing physically on that console as well. I believe it's not much. I've seen this like $25, $30 maybe. Not bad, and you're going to get a lot of gameplay value for it. It's not going to be easy, as I showed, but it's something where it is really interesting and a lot of fun. And it's something I wanted to show this for a while. And said, if you never thought, like, hey, I want to play a golf game, maybe give this one a shot. Or even in cases like billiards, it's very unique. And if you're a Kirby fan, I think you got to give this one a shot. And as my introduction to Kirby, you think this might be a weird one, saying, this is the Kirby game I got introduced to as opposed to platforming games. But I don't know. It does represent the license very, very well. It has great music and graphics and a great style to itself. And it's something, yeah, you could just be sitting here playing it all night, have a great time. And it has a great atmosphere, and it really kind of got me in the mood as far as how it was, saying like just kind of in a focused state. And I really had a good time playing it. But we're not completely done, because what I'm going to do is we're going to reset the game. Well, first off, for that, I'm going to show you one other thing, which is I want to show you my album. I want to show you, oh no, that was something, actually, what was this today? Right, let's take a look at this. Actually, this is when I was trying to do Extra Course 1. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is what we did on the show. Right. No, let's show this. Right. Okay, never mind. It was today. So that's true. This is when I got caught on the lip of this when I did that jump shot earlier. I want to take a look at that again now. So like any sports game, we got the instant replay. And I'm going to hit Y to do pause. So that was my shot was. Okay, okay, it's like I rolled off the back of it. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, so that's... Okay, this is what I was talking about. I was fighting the extra form of King DDD earlier today. I said I wanted to beat this thing for the show tonight. Alright, so I got my ass killed there by the DDD drone, whatever it is. But as we're coming up here, it was something where I thought, like, hey, you know, I got hit by something, but then I died. Let me show you this, because there's the... I got rid of that, but then it exploded, and then it just died. I don't know what happened, because I got the thing, as far as the drone, but I died, and I asked everybody, I said, let's watch this again. Just so you have an idea as far as this. Yeah, what happened? I guess this is going to go in the glitch compilation this will go in the glitch compilation later, even though it's a case where this happened off screen. But that's also the benefit of running Switch 2 or Switch 1, or hell, even PS5 and Xbox Series S and X. You can do recordings on them for the purpose of saying, like, wait, when some weird stuff happens, you can kind of look back and say, what happened on the video? Yeah, how'd I die to that? And I asked everybody, I said, let's look at this again. It's like, what happened? So that's also the benefit. It's like, hold that button. It's like, okay, let's take a look at this. Like, what happened? We kept reviewing the video and saying, what happened? Did I get hit by something? It's like, yeah, I don't think so. And yeah, I've never seen this happen in all the years I've been playing this game. And that's what I love about doing the prep for games, practice for games, other people doing it. Sometimes you see stuff that, man, you never see. And just, as I mentioned, thank God for a capturing case like that. And then I get to show it again on the show. Okay, but... what I want to go into now is I want to show... We showed the demo play, as I mentioned, when we looked at this the last time, so I'm not going to relitigate it again. It kind of goes to a lot of the stuff I already showed you. We'll end on the sound room. I'll show you dance select. Basically, it shows you all of the dances that go for any of the courses, because they're different. But we did see them already. Well, okay, we didn't see all of them. There's a couple we didn't. And I'll show the ones we didn't show. Because those go to multiplayer. That being said, I do want to show... Alright, I was going to show... With ducking the extra courses, I want to see... what they do for Extra 8. As far as what they did for each individual hole, as far as the scorecard. Okay, they only got hole-in-one on the first one. I guess not even the last one they could do it. Either they couldn't do it or they can't do it, I don't know, but whatever the case, that's it. So let me, actually, no, I do have to duck into one of these so I can, do a quit out. Because then I'll look at the normal ones. And then I'll give a brief, look at the multiplayer. And we couldn't feasibly come back to this as another show just for that purpose. I mean, Gemini96, he might want it, because I know he loves this game. And he gave me a lot of good insights on this one, but even he'd said I'd never gotten to the extra courses before or seen them. So in that case, even in his case, he knows a lot about this game, but it was something where even he found stuff to discover. Then we always find stuff to discover. Cases of sometimes you've been playing a game for so long, the question of, are we going to see what's going on or what happens? Okay, so hole-in-one on everything except hole 8 as far as course 1. So the high score is 9, the low score is 9. On course 1 for normal. Course 2. I kind of found this by accident with that, hitting the select button. Okay, so holes 2 and 5, they can't hole in 1, but everything else they could. Course 3. We have, only holes 3, 4, and 6. I mean, I don't think you can hole in 1 this one, as far as that one you're bouncing across the, I guess, the trampolines, or whatever they are. Now, for this one, course 5, 6, and 8, they couldn't, or holes 5, 6, and 8, they couldn't do it on. So I guess this is maybe giving you an insight to which holes can you get that set. And also, right, I don't remember what map it is as far as doing the thing with Gordo as far as running Spark on it. So So I don't know if I'm going to be able to check that, honestly. Or maybe I'll look at that off screen. Alright, for 6. Everything but holes 3 and 6. So actually that one you're going across the, like that, I guess that, tilted, I don't know, the hill where it's like the two sides of it on the other ends. The one I was really nervous going across, they did great as far as the normal one, but then the other one really kicked my ass. So holes 2 and 3 on, 7, they can't do. And of course 8. Yeah, I'm not gonna give DDD the privilege of hitting me in the back again. Holes 1, 2, and 4 they couldn't do. So there you go, that is the case of the SP version as far as that, but we will show off 2-player. You can run extra or normal course. I'm gonna turn another controller on for the purpose of showing this. I'm not gonna show much. You have 4 courses as far as this. You have Wispy Woods, Mr. Shine, and Mr. Bright, Kracko, and Gordo. Show them. Basically, each side turn order doing dice roll all Mario Party. And you can change handicaps around as far as shot power, guide length, or speed of marker. But, let's take a look about this, seeing what that's gonna look like. I was just seeing Yellow Kirby here. It's worth pointing out, this is the debut of Yellow Kirby. And the reason for that was because Shigeru Miyamoto, his question on color of Kirby was thinking, like, should he be pink? Because in Kirby's Dream World on Game Boy on the box, he's not pink, he's white. But it's also a case of him thinking, like, well, maybe that should be the idea. But Hal was like, no, he should be pink as far as when we run color for him. Because this was actually around the time when they started doing that. But then they said, alright, how about we make it for the 2-player mode? You have the ability to run with a Yellow Kirby as far as this. Also, in 2-player, you get the, get that thing up there. I want to try and see if I can't get myself to get it. Because I don't remember what... Oh, right, it randomizes your item. So basically, you can hit that thing and get a random ability. But also, there's alternating. So in that case, the idea is you have to go around and get stuff set. But also, in my case, because I turned those handicaps on, I don't get the full look as far as doing the bounces of things. Jesus Christ. I've actually never seen this. I've never played the multiplayer in this game. Oh, yeah, what's that? Oh. So wait, it goes night and day. You know what, Gemini 96, can we do a second chance on this, please? I'm asking you. I'm just gonna say that. I think we should come back to this for multiplayer. This, I don't think I can do this justice myself. In fact, I'm not gonna even try. I'll talk to Gemini 96 at some point. I'll think, you know what, let's do a second chance. Let's look at the multiplayer. I think this deserves a show of its own, quite frankly. So that's where we're gonna go. As far as the map select, basically lets you just select any course you want as far as how it is. Dance select, just show you some stuff with the dances. This goes with the multiplayer, basically based on who wins. I mean, I don't think it's an unfair ask or an unfair indication to say, hey, let's look at multiplayer for a second part. I mean, Dolly Finn said it a few weeks ago when we did, World Series Base, which I'd like to do this as a show, for multiplayer. Yeah, I think that's right. And I think some games, it's probably worth doing that. Certain things, is a case of like, hey, I can show it and I can make that point. If people want to do it for multiplayer, sure. I'm not going to say no. But then also thinking, well, certain things, I'm like, wait a sec. There's too much going on here. There's actually changing specific game rules on top of also making it so you have handicap options that are changing aspects of what we saw for the past almost 5 hours. I said, I don't think I'm going to be able to be fair to that just by showing it to you in the brief perspective. And I'll show you how draw goes. As I said, when we're going to do that, I don't know. And I don't know if Gemini 96 will be the one involved. He probably will. I'm asking him here, but also I'll ask him as far as it's saying, do you want to have a case of this? Because like, if he doesn't want to do it, that's fine. But then also thinking, well, I don't know when we do it. I'll go into his plate as far as what he's got, but if you get a draw. Yeah, you both do the dance. Look at that. Good stuff. Okay. The other thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go home. I want to pull out NES, and the reason I want to pull out NES briefly, let's go on our Nintendo Classics apps. Yeah, still wish I could figure something on the Virtual Boy, but actually there is something that came through my newsfeed today. I want to look into something. I'm not going to make a promise on this, but there's something I noticed that made me think. I'll get back to you on that in some time when I know. Or if I don't know, or it's a case where I think what maybe I could do about this, I'll let you know. Because I saw something come through and it got me intrigued. But I'll leave that for another time. We'll bring that up at some point because I want to show the Virtual Boy stuff, and this might be a way to do it, maybe. But I'm gonna have to get really fancy on this one, potentially. But I just want to indicate that as it is. Also, just to indicate the other icon I had was the Maximum Tomato. But I'm pulling out NES, and the reason I'm pulling out NES is I want to emphasize. Okay, first off, the things they put up last week, which I put them front and center for the purpose of our Switch Online Day. It was a trio of games from Namco, those being Pac-Man, the NES version, Mendel Palace, which is the first game from Game Freak, the people made Pokemon, and then after they made that, they made Smart Ball for Super Nintendo that we played. And then the Tower Draga, they put the Famicom version that Ed Wack and Nikki gave me when they went to Japan. They said, we have to get you a copy of it for this, and then you get me a copy of it on the GameCube. Never released in this country on NES until now. Yeah, you have Gilgamesh or Gil, the idea of what's going on here. So that's one thing. And secret tasks, you better know what they are, otherwise you're going to be losing the game as far as how it is. And then Pac-Man as well. Weird thing about this is that it's saying 1993. It's because Tengen released this originally, and then it was a case where Namco then re-released it themselves in 1993, like at the very end of the NES's life, which is the same game as Tengen's, except they took the names off. And then Mendel Palace. This game is really interesting. And yeah, it is Game Freak of Pokemon fame who made this, as far as it. But okay, the reason I came in here, aside from that, I forgot about that. The other games with SP special versions, those being Blaster Master from Sunsoft, where you started Area 8 with Sophia the tank fully powered up and ready for action. I do want to show Blaster Master at some point, but this game's tough, so I do want to get myself set before I do it. Let's see, what else? Dr. Mario is, if you clear the game on level 20 at high speed, you see the UFO. I actually did not know this existed. And also, they added this in Brain Age 2, more training in minutes a day for DS, called Virus Buster. So there's that. There is Ghosts and Goblins, Stage 6. Okay, so basically what they do is they start you at the end of the game. They get you armed with rapid fire and the dagger, and I guess you don't have to have the shield at the end of this in order to win. That's what they're saying. Okay, that's weird, because usually you have to have the shield in order to even get to the final boss. But remember, Ghosts and Goblins' case is that as soon as you beat the game, it was a trap to visit by Satan, so you have to go and beat the entire game all over again. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to use the save state version of this game, because this is insanely hard if we do it for the show. Also, Gradius has 2 SP versions. Yeah, the Konami flight shooting game. We've shown the arcade version before, but as far as the NES version, this case is you begin at stage 5 as far as this getting the Vic Viper fully powered up. Yeah, except you have the laser instead of double, and they even apologize saying, if you have double, we're sorry, we're insulting you. And then the other one, which is, after you clear the game, you get a special version, and it basically goes on a loop. And it keeps, I know a lot of games do this as far as Konami stuff, where if you go through it, you go through another loop, and it keeps getting harder and harder and harder. And I know Castlevania is a game like that as well. Along with that, there is a Kirby game, Kirby's Adventure from NES. Probably next time we're going to come to Kirby as far as new game, I would think. Unless there's something else as far as how it is. Although, if we do this, I'll tell you, we're going to be doing NES, but I also do want to try and figure, looking at Nightmare in Dreamland from Game Boy Advance as part of this. Maybe they'll put it on Switch Online eventually. Maybe if I say it enough, they'll do it. But we'll see. But for this one, you start the extra games. All right, I got to look into the extra game. You have to beat the game once as far as it, and you also have sound tests right away. Legend of Zelda is... You start with tons of rupees, tons of items, all the equipment, including the white sword, magic shield, the blue ring, and the power bracelets. And you have tons of money just to be able to go buy anything you want. And for Metroid, you start against Ridley with the Ice Beam. Then for SP2, you have every power-up, all the power suit abilities and weapons. And it also can change the ending depending on how quickly you go. Let's see. Mighty Bomb Jack. We haven't shown this one yet. This is, you start on round 17, the final zone. Based on the number of crystal balls and secret coins you collected, the number of rooms change along with the ending. I don't know, because I've actually never beaten Mighty Bomb Jack. Mighty Bomb Jack, that's a Tecmo game. That's pretty interesting as far as how it is. Ninja Gaiden. Okay, Ninja Gaiden's case is... Start right before stage 6-4. Basically, it's pretty much just getting to the end. That's interesting that they give you that as far as basically just going to the end of that. There's also Ninja Marakun. This is a Jaleco game as far as how it is. I'm not as familiar with this one. I don't even think I've shown it to my coworkers. We do Switch Online Day, and they even say, like, we want you to show us all this stuff on Switch Online. It's like, okay, I feel like I don't want to bogart the television as far as like, but does it switch too, so I can be off screen or on the screen of this. Yeah, you basically start at scene 19 for that. What it goes with, don't know. If you're wondering why they're called City Connection, not Jaleco, they changed their name as far as how that is. And then Star Soldier, yeah, the Taxon Konami franchise. Yeah, you begin on stage 8. And you have the ability to shoot in 5 directions with a defensive shield. Let's see, what else? Super Mario Bros. 3, you start with, you start in Darkland, the final world. You have a couple outfits and item boxes with rare items in particular as far as that. Basically, you have every transformation on your person at once. Twinbee, the Konami flight shooter, or the cute 'em up as is, which was shown in the arcade version of years ago. You start out with stage 6, which is where the second round of the game begins, and it increases the difficulty. And lastly, Zelda 2 Adventure of Link, speaking of Gemini 96, doing amazing things, beating this game, number 1. But for the SP version, you start with your attack, magic, and life maxed out. You don't have items, but you can use the magic to plow through enemies quickly, as it is. And quiz time, you know which town names in this game appears key characters in a different game within the series? Yes, Ocarina of Time. Yeah, a lot of the towns of this game are named after character, or would be, then they took the names of the towns of this game and applied them to characters in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, in particular. Just to go into that. So there you go. I just want to give a sense of that for the SP versions as far as that. Just to see, like, hey, they give you different ways to play some of these games. Some where it's a question of how much of a difference is there really. But that being said, something was pretty interesting for it. And, is there anything else I meant to show for this that we didn't yet? Hey everybody, Captain D-Trag. I want to go back and show something off screen that I meant to show on screen. I said I'd edit this in later. A couple things, actually. First off, for Kirby's Dream Course, I want to indicate, can the spark work on Gordo? I wanted to at least put that to the test. I said I would. I said I'd do it later at the end of the show. But now, thanks to the power of editing, we can do that. Let's shoot right off. Hit the B button. Yeah, for this, by the way, I picked hole 3 of course 2, and I got my answer already. Which is that, yeah, it doesn't do anything. So yeah, the spark will destroy Kracko and Wispy, but not do anything to the Gordos. They're completely undefeatable. Okay, the other 2 things I want to indicate is, well, I don't want to reset the game. I sort of do. I want to quit this because there were SP versions that I did not indicate for both Famicom or NES and also for Super Nintendo. And actually, as far as this, I didn't really emphasize really what some of the other ones actually did. I didn't emphasize that for Super Mario Kart, you have 150cc class opened up for the Mario Kart GP for being able to run every single track. Which I'll do that myself as far as when we play this game, going through the story completely, or going through every one of the cups as is for the purpose of that. Super Mario World, it gives you the special world completed, so you have the fall atmosphere as far as how Dinosaur Land looks. Super Punch-Out, it has every one of the major and world circuit options set, as well as special circuit. So in that case, also they're saying, hey, here's a challenge about how being able to be making Little Mac the best you can possibly be. And then Super Metroid, there was the case of having all the items in order to go through as far as that terrific Super Nintendo game. And I think that's everything that I didn't cover here. I just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything, because I don't want to, miss some of these things. Because we're talking SP versions, I said, wait, there's a couple I didn't talk about. In fact, there's a big one I didn't talk about on the NES side, so let's pull that out. Just a little bit of an extra, because as I always say, I like to do that for the purpose of either if I don't remember something on the show and it justifies doing recording, or if it's a case where I say, well, I think it might be easier just to do recording for this. So one of the big ones I missed, because I went through a bunch of these, but I was not paying attention to all of these, as was, we mentioned a Kirby's Adventure, of course, but The Legend of Zelda, I knew people would say, how dare you miss The Legend of Zelda, you're right. I said, no, I did talk about Legend of Zelda. I didn't talk about Zelda 2. Kid Icarus, that's the one I missed. Okay, yeah, you'll never say I'm finished again, because Kid Icarus, if you ever played it, is insanely hard. So in this case, you have Mirror Shield, Arrow of Light, and Wings Pegasus already set, and you're ready to go in the final stage as far as this game. And then there's the remake, or the new version that was on 3DS, which I wish there's a console version of that, because that was really, really cool as far as how it was, and an easier way to show it. And then Metroid, I mentioned what it was. Let's see, Ninja Gaiden is going to the end, Mighty Bomb Jack we talked about. Ninja Jaja Maru-kun, that was one I mentioned. And then also Star Soldier. Yeah, Zelda 2, that was the one I missed. Oh wait, no, I didn't miss this. I talked about that too. Shit. Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm covering everything for this, just so we have that complete element. Because I was looking back on the footage when I was doing the edit, and I said, wait, I didn't talk about this one. Wait, I didn't talk about this one. So I just want to make sure that there's nothing I'm missing. Okay, that's everything. Okay. So with that, I'll take you back to the show as far as it, so we can finish it off as far as the case of it. Thank you for watching the show for the edited version, and we'll see you next week, and hope you enjoy the rest of the video. Nah, I don't think so. As I mentioned, the thing with Spark hitting, what is it? Gordo, I don't think it can. So, alright, okay, right, there's one other thing I was going to mention. The other Kirby games. As I mentioned, we showed Adventure, that's on NES. We looked at Avalanche. We got this. I do want to do Dreamland 3, but I'm going to have to practice Dreamland 3, no question, because that can get pretty hard in areas. There's Star Stacker, or Superstar Stacker. We did Superstar. That's a case where I think that show might have ended up so perfect that I don't think we'd ever need a second chance, unless, chat, you say, I wish I was there when you did it. In that case, yeah, we can definitely accommodate that. In that case, you know what, I'm turning off the Super Nintendo pad. I'll go out back in as far as Kirby's Dream Course to have the music going on. I'll pick something for that. NES is just that, but I think I just want to give a sense of what Kirby is going on. Crystal Shards, I might want a second chance in that one. Because it's been a while. I had issues when I was doing the opening cutscene when we looked at it before, but I had a great time doing it. And maybe it's just a case I love that game. And then as far as the other stuff, let's see. Alright, let's look at Game Boy. Yeah, because the only other ones are Game Boy and Game Boy Advance, because they don't have Kirby Air Ride on Switch Online for the GameCube. I don't know if they're gonna put it up. Yeah, they have Kirby's Dream Land and Kirby's Dream Land 2. I have Kirby's Dream Land 2 on Game Boy itself. I think we're going to show it that way because I do have the Super Game Boy to run it as far as how that looks. Of what they've added recently to this, actually not much on Game Boy. They've not added anything to this since... guys, it's since Survival Kids from last year. And... Oh, no, that's not true. They added Yoshi from Game Boy. And they also added Balloon Kid. That was the balloon fight. Yeah, it's like a sort of sequel to Balloon Fight. Yeah, you live in Pennsylvania and you have to... you have Alice and her younger brother Jim. You have to go and find Jim. He went and floated away. But the idea is that also if you get game over, they basically indicate that the parents are crying and saying, our children are gone. And it's really kind of messed up when you think about it, but they also are not, hiding that idea. And then the only other thing as far as how that is for Kirby, Game Boy Advance. Also, I'm going to hold the left analog stick going into this, just to indicate this. You get this Easter egg now, as far as it. You also get that for Game Boy, and you also, based upon the Game Boy system you set up for it. Yeah, as far as the Kirby things on here, yeah, the only one is Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. I got my problems with this one. This is a Metroidvania as is. It has a lot of problems with its design, and also they do what Kirby's Adventure did, which is when you get an ability and you take a hit, you instantly lose it. I mean, Kirby's Adventure, I understand that because it was the very first game to have the copy ability. This one, though, because you oftentimes have to take an ability from somewhere far away in order to go and open up another area, the fact that you lose it every single time you take a hit is a horrible decision. I don't know how I was thinking when it came to that. And oftentimes it's something where if you're in the water, you lose it instantly. There's no way you can get it back. Or if there's spikes around, it's going to bounce into it and you're going to lose it instantly. And it's not a good case. It does have interesting stuff with multiplayer, and this version does emulate it really well as far as being able to do 4-player cooperative case. That maybe helps some of the frustration. And also the final boss is insanely frustrating with so many forms. It puts Kirby's Adventure to shame as far as how it is. I got my problems with this one, but there's some interesting things about it. I'll definitely say that for sure. And still surprised no Nightmare in Dreamland, which is the remake of Adventure, which I think that's probably the one we'll come to next. Don't know when we're going to come to it next. Or I might say I'll pull out Canvas Curse on DS, which I have the Wii U version of, and also I have its sequel on Wii U. But I'll figure that at some point as far as how I want to do that. But I think with that, that's basically everything as far as how all the talking points on tonight's show. And once again, just to reiterate, yeah, I'm a fan of this game as far as Kirby's Dream Course. If you haven't played it, I would highly recommend it. We're going to go into the sound room. Because there's all the sound effects and also the background music, which... That's the ending. Wait, what? That's music? That's the title screen. Okay, I like this one. Actually, you know what? No, I want to pick something unique for this one. This is a great track, but I think there's another Kirby games too. Oh yeah, this one. Okay, 11. Okay, so there you go. That is the end of the show tonight. So yeah, it is Super Bowl Game Saturday almost now, as is. And I had a great time playing Kirby's Dream Course. Thank you so much for joining us. As I mentioned, next time we come back to Kirby, I think it's going to be with Kirby's Adventure. But I'll let you know. But if you have any suggestions of the Kirby games you want to see that we haven't taken a look at, or if you missed one we did and you're like, oh, you think we could justify a return to it, like I think we can justify a return to Dream Course for multiplayer, I think we can do that. Let us know, and we'll definitely accommodate that, and looking forward to future shows. And with the end of the night tonight, that's our show for this week as far as our live show. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the program, the reason we are not going to be on tomorrow night, or fine, tonight is going to be in a minute, because it is Super Bowl Game Saturday in 1 minute at the time of this recording. And this is the reason we're doing a Friday show on this one, because... I have Crusader 64, Chasm 22, and AG42 coming into the studio tomorrow. We're recording a very special program, an off-screen look at the start of Final Fantasy XIV. We're doing a massive multiplayer online RPG for our scoping sessions this year, but I have to get my account set up. I have to do stuff set. I need to also do it off-screen so that I can, protect sensitive information. But also, I said to them, you all have mentioned this game so much to me. I mean, we played Shadow Hearts Covenant last year. We had Chasm 22 and Crusader 64 constantly mentioning it. I have actually off-screen footage that I recorded for an audio test that I think I'm going to stitch in after we do this recording as part of the recording we're going to do tomorrow as far as that. So, it's a case where I said, for this setup, would you all please join me. If you want to. I mean, if they don't want to, I'd say fine, I'll do it myself. But I said, talked about it enough. Like, I want you to have your voice to explain why this game means so much to you to start. Because we're going to do a live show as far as it, but I said, for the purposes, we're going to get ourselves started. And they said, absolutely, we're going to be totally willing to do it. Because this is going to be a big undertaking. We're recording that tomorrow, and it's actually going to be our off-screen content on June 27th. So as far as schedule, I'm jumping ahead as far as this a little, because we're going to be off that weekend. That's the weekend of too many games. So I said, we're going to have some content as far as what that is, and I said, this is the way to do it. So they're coming in, they're going to be helping me get set up. Crusader 64 also is going to be having his setup going on as far as kind of, in a way, joining me as far as what he's going to show after I get myself set. I don't know quite what I'm in for yet, because I have not even booted the game up, so I'm even going to do like the audio sound levels of that pretty much blind, so I'll have to see how that goes. And also, as an extension to that, I think also I got to help Crusader 64 with something with Yakuza Zero's Director's Cut Edition that came out. Basically, it has to do with classic Sega games. He's like, I got to do what I did years ago on the original version of this, which is saying I get the point thresholds going on with Outrun and Space Harrier and Super Hang-On. It's like, you're the Sega person, it's like, as far as this. As I said, you can do it. I know you did it before, so, but I don't know if I can. But it's like, we'll figure it. I might even try and record that and figure some way to use that as far as something, maybe as other off-screen content. Because actually, I will say this: I'm going to be off on the weekend of September 19th. We're not going to have a show at all, so maybe I can use that as a case of it. I think that might be a good idea, but. That's going to be the reason why we're not going to have a live show as far as Saturday, because it is Saturday now. But as I said, our next show is going to be next Saturday. So that, let's talk schedule as far as where it's going on live shows, and I'll reiterate sort of again on the stuff of off weeks as it is. Our next live show is going to be next Saturday. That's going to be on April 25th. It is our next Scoping Sessions program. It's been a while since we did one because we did Kingdom Hearts Rechained Memories at the beginning of March. So our next one is one I'm actually going to be on video for, live on video for. That's going to be for Okami. We're going to look at it on the PlayStation 2. I don't know if that's going to be the case where I'm going to play the entire game that way, but I'm definitely showing it off on the PlayStation 2 because there's some unique things about that version, that original version of the game, that I want to indicate. I also love Okami with all my being. It is perhaps the best game on the PlayStation 2, if you ask me, even though it came out on other things later. It was my pick for the best game of 2006 by a pretty substantial margin. It is my favorite game of Clover Studios, also by a pretty substantial margin. I'd also say it's probably my favorite Platinum Games game, even though it's not fine. A lot of people would go on to Platinum Games, worked at Clover Studios who made this. I think I like this better than anything that's coming out of Platinum, although next week, fitting timing for this, April 20th is the 20th anniversary of the game's release in Japan. So, for that, they came out and said, we're going to have some announcements. I think they're going to talk more about the sequel that they announced at the Game Awards 2 years ago. But I've wanted to show this game, I've wanted to give a sense of it, but I said, as far as scoping this, I know what I need to do to scope it, really, for the most part, aside from just kind of getting some stuff figured as far as going 100%. But as far as the idea of what I got to do, it's pretty clear. So I said, I want to give a perspective of this, I want to give a preview as far as this to all of you, and share this wonderful, wonderful game. It is, if you have not played this game, I cannot recommend it highly enough. Go back 20 years, I was literally doing that with people and saying, have you played this game? Like, no, I haven't. It's like, you gotta play this. It's like, what about Twilight Princess? It's like, play this instead. I don't dislike The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, but it must be said, Okami came out before The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, and I'm sorry, Zelda may have seniority, but I was at the time saying, like, hey, you know what? Zelda's coming out here on its turf. It has to compete against its competition. It's not a case of just because Zelda is Zelda that it automatically means it's better. I mean, for God's sake, IGN wrote an article when people got mad as far as Zelda fans saying, how did you not make The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess Game of the Year? And also, why'd you give God Hand a 3? To which I say, I don't think God Hand is that great a game, but I don't think it's a 3. It's a little better than that, but I don't think it's a great game, which is also why Ed Wax handled it, because he loves it. They literally wrote an article saying, hey, this is why we gave Okami Game of the Year. And I was like, right on, because Okami's a fantastic game. It is a total surprise as far as myself. I think it might be to you if you never played it. And something where it was amazing thinking about the fact that that game came out only a couple months before the PlayStation 3 and the Wii did. And also almost a year after the Xbox 360 came out. And you're looking at what the PlayStation 2 can do as far as how this game looks, how it sounds, and how it plays. And I was totally dumbfounded. I said, my God, this game is amazing. And this game quickly became an instant classic to me. And one, as I said, I recommend this to everybody. It's even a game where I've gotten into arguments with people who say, like, they don't like video games, saying, like, there's negative perspectives on it. I say, what about this game? And I explained this idea, but some of them were convinced, other ones I don't think were. But I got a lot of stories, I got a lot of memories on this one to share with you. I have a lot of stuff that I think I need to show on camera. That's why I'm going to be on camera for this. That's going to be next Saturday on April 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then the week after that, we're continuing with Capcom as far as how it is, because on May 2nd, we're playing Mega Man X for the Super Nintendo. I want to get back to Mega Man for a while, as it's been. And we're gonna start the Mega Man X franchise as far as full cases. I think we're gonna second chance a couple of the ones we've done already, those being Mega Man X2 and eventually X4 again at some point. I think we might want to go through the line as far as it. But I'm starting with Mega Man X. We're using the Super Nintendo original. I have the cartridge of the game. It is the 1,000-year sequel of from Mega Man Classic that came out in 1994. It's seen as one of the best games on the Super Nintendo, and you're not going to get an argument from me. Then again, I love all three of the ones on the Super Nintendo, and Mega Man 7 that we looked at. So I said, let's take a look at this. It's going to be our viewer request that month, because I know Alec first came in, he said, this is one of my favorite games of all time. It's the game that got me into Mega Man, that and Mega Man 7. And we had a great time playing Mega Man 7. I do know what I'm doing on Mega Man X, so which I was going to be handling as far as anyway for the show, as far as it. So, looking forward to getting to that and finally giving it a look. And then the week after that, we're doing another Friday show. We're going to have 2 Friday shows in a row as far as that. It's going to be May 8th for the first one. That's going to be for Sonic the Fighters. That's our second chance, because we did do it years ago. But it was the first time I ever used the mic that I'm currently using, or mics that I'm using as far as the advanced ones. But I didn't have the sound set right, so I said I wanted to figure that. Then I demoed it in another show for Daytona USA, and we had audio problems when it came to that. So I said, okay, I think I want to return to this. I want to show this off. It is also, by the way, celebrating 30 years this year, so I said this is, I think, the way to go. And I guess a better look as far as, celebrating 30 years of Sonic than something like Sonic 06 or Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, I guess. So, definitely, by far. So, we're going to take a look at it again. I do have the Xbox 360 port of it, which we're still going to use. I'm going to run through Xbox Series X this time. But I'm also turning into a little bit of an AM2 showcase night. So, take a look at some other games of theirs. Take a look at Fighting Vipers. We're going to take a look at Virtua Fighter 2. And then we're going to take a look at Like a Dragon, what was it? Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, which has a bunch of AM2 games in it, and I'm going to showcase all of those. Those being Fighting Vipers 2, Virtua Fighter 3, Virtua Fighter 3 TB, Daytona USA 2 Power Edition, Daytona USA 2 Battle on the Edge, and the Ocean Hunter. So in that case, we're going to have a full night of AM2 goodness, but I will focus as far as Sonic Fighters in particular. We'll show a full case of that, and then we'll give a little previews of the other ones. And the week after that, it's also going to be Friday's show for May 15th. That's going to be for... it's May 15th. That's going to be for Felony 1179 for PlayStation. That is a game from Climax Entertainment, who co-developed Shining Force that we looked at in the Sega Smash Pack last week. It is a crazy open-world driving game with mission-based perspectives and this really jazzy surf style of music by this band called the Surf Coasters. It's really interesting. And it's the first game in the Runabout franchise, but weirdly enough, there's only one game in that franchise that came out in this country that actually has the word Runabout in it. But having said that, this is an interesting one. It's strange. I don't know if it's my favorite driving game on the PlayStation. In fact, it's not. I would not say it is. But the early perspective of 3D polygonal racing driving games, that's a fascinating time and a fascinating perspective of games to look at. And that's something I've wanted to tap into more. I mean, we've sometimes shown a little bit I gave a little bit of a preview on Ridge Racer for the Switch 2 Chronicles we did last year. But that style of game, there's so many games that kind of went in that perspective. I'm always fascinated by those kinds of games, to the point where I almost want to do a showcase of those at some point. But I'm going to do this game fully. It's not very long, so in that case, we can definitely get that going and get some more driving action as far as it, and 32-bit driving action, and I'm looking forward to playing that. I don't know if people will know this game, but I think it's one you might want to know, just because of how strange it is. I don't know if people are going to like this thing, but I'll tell you what it is. It's almost like when we looked at Road Avenger last year. It's one of the strangest kind of games related to driving that I've ever seen, but in some ways I kind of love it in its strange way. Even though it looks like in some ways it's held together with duct tape and glue. There's a lot of clipping polygons and things. There's a lot of pop-up. It's cases where it was before the analog controller came out for the PlayStation, so it's something where the steering sometimes can be a bit squirrely or sometimes feel like it's a bit stiff, but it's still surprisingly playable despite that. And it's fascinating. I've always said when it comes to the show and some of the stuff I want to do as far as what makes that decision, sometimes it's things that maybe people have never heard of, or people maybe just, I kind of just want to show them, like, you ever played this game? So I was like, oh wow, I grew up with this, or like, well, what is this thing? It's always a fascination to see that, and I mentioned when we do Switch Online Day, it's sometimes a case where I don't want to have all the answers. I don't always have the answers as far as these things. It's like, what's Mendel Palace? Like, all I know is by the people who made Pokemon. It was the first game they ever made. That's all I knew. And I looked at it like, yeah, this game looks kind of interesting and fascinating. And it's pretty fun, actually. And it was my first time playing it as far as how it was, too. So that's kind of sometimes where I'll pick some stuff like this, but also stuff that I think maybe is worth attention. And honestly, I think you could really say that with any game. I think any game is, in its way, worth attention. And we'll definitely give it as far as Felony 1179. And then the week after that, we're back to Saturday, where Gemini96 in chat, he's joining me for Tetris Effect Connected. That's going to be our next scoping session show. We've shown this game a couple times on the program. I said we need to do a full treatment of this, but how are we doing it? I think he's going to help me. I think all of you in our best channel Twitch will as well. It is also our first scoping session with guests on. None of the other ones have had guests so far, but that'll be changing at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on May 23rd. And then May 30th, we're going to have our annual compilation program. We do this every May. Looking at all the offerings of a classic game compilation. And we're continuing our adventures with Midway, which is how we started this segment to begin with. We looked at Midway Treasures 1 and 2 before. We're looking at the third one now. Looking at this one for the GameCube. It has 8... technically, well, not technically 9, but it's 8 arcade games with Midways. They're mostly focused on driving and racing, but compared to the other Midway Treasures collections, it's kind of bare bones in terms of the extras within it, to the point where I was looking at this and saying, I don't think we're going to be able to cover, I don't think we're going to have a whole lot of a show if we just look at everything in that. So I said, let's take a look at some classic Nintendo 64 games that are arcade ports of Midways. Maybe give a sense of why were some of these games not included. I know emulation is one of those reasons, but also cases of looking at other games of theirs to kind of put that under the microscope of that period, and they do kind of go. And I got some big stuff. We got the cruising games in particular, all 3 of those. Got Mortal Kombat 4. We have War Gods. A couple things I know I was asked for, saying like, hey, remember this thing? Like, I also got some surprises in there for you that I don't think you're going to want to miss. That's going to be on May 30th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we get to June, where June's a question on what the scoping session's going to be. I don't know. I got to talk around because I got a couple going around in my mind as far as which ones I want to do. And a couple of those are going to depend on guest involvement, particularly for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, because I'm going to do that one as far as a scoping session, because I was asked for that years ago, and I think we should look at it. It's a really good game and a really interesting franchise that deserves some attention here. But I know Edwack and Nikki love that franchise, particularly Nikki. She's a big one as far as that, and she's often said, like, I'm actually a lawyer because of this game. I've sometimes been told myself, as far as on the show, like, are you a lawyer? In fact, when we played Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I was asked that. I was like, no, I'm not actually, believe it or not. I guess because I talk about things that are on the docket. That's the reason why. That's like lawyer speak as it is. No, I have family who are lawyers, but not myself, as far as how it is. Having said that, I want to make sure that they want to be involved in that, and also when. I don't know if that's going to be what we do in June. Yeah, sorry. So, I don't know if that's the one we do, but if it is, then I got some other ideas. One of them is going to be Mass Effect, because that's one AJ42 is coming in for us tomorrow, or today as it is going to be, in a couple of hours. He loves that game. He said he wanted to see it. I said, I know it's long, but I want to actually say, hey, we're going to take a look at this. When we get to that, we're going to look at the Legendary Edition, running Xbox Series X version of that. And the only other one that I know, because it's one I'm going to be doing myself, I want to do Age of Empires 2. I'm going to use the Xbox One version running through Series X. I'm going to do probably one of those three. I don't know. I will have updates for you over the next couple of weeks of which one we're going to have. It's been one of the first 2 weekends of June. Don't know when. And don't know which one yet. As far as the other one, well, the other open show we got. I think we're gonna do this Wave Race Blue Storm for GameCube, because we're getting in the case of having summer around. And even though it is 30 years since Wave Race 64, we did play that already. I mean, we could play it again. Maybe we should for the 30th anniversary. But I said, well, let's take a look at its oft-forgotten GameCube sequel. And also, at this juncture, the most recent game in the franchise, which came out 25 years ago. I'd love to see another Wave Race. I've mentioned that before, but I don't know if we're ever going to get another one. Which is too bad, because it's a pretty fun jet ski racing game as far as the franchise. Having said that, I will openly admit to you, Wave Race 64 is the best one. There's the Game Boy one, which is really interesting, which was the very first one. And Blue Storm is a good game, although it also had the bad time of coming out when Splashdown came out on the PlayStation 2, which is definitely better. But there's some things about Blue Storm that are really interesting, and I'm not ready to do Splashdown. And also, unlike Splashdown, I don't have to mute the music. Splashdown, I have to mute the music because it's all licensed stuff by Blink-182 and Smash Mouth and the Donnas and many other bands. But with Wave Race Blue Storm, I don't have to. And it's something where I can complete that game pretty quick. Splashdown is a little bit of a commitment as far as how that one is. And it's a great game. I'd love to show it, but I have to figure that one as well. So I think that we're going to do Wave Race Blue Storm. As far as the viewer request of the month, that is on AG42's request, or his kind of question saying, is this really a good game and really a game? Cool spot for Sega Genesis. We're going to do that on June 20th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a terrific platforming game with Spot, the 7-Up mascot. Yeah, for a game that's about a mascot of a food brand, you'd think, how's this going to be? It's by the people who made Earthworm Jim and Wild 9 and Aladdin for Sega Genesis, so actually pretty damn good. And it is a fantastic game to get us ready for summer. It's the day before summer. I said we're kicking off summer with a bang. And the week after that, we're going to have... next week after that, we're not going to be on. So you're going to see the show that we're recording in a couple of hours, as is for the purpose of that, for our preview of Final Fantasy 14 as far as the setup. And then later, we're going to do the scoping session. Tentative on when we're going to do it. We'll probably have discussions in that video we're going to be recording about that, because I'm going to openly ask them. I'm going to say, when do you think we should do this? And I know with the scoping sessions, I know Elect versus Case, he's going to be... He wants Persona 3, Persona 3 FES. I left the choice up to him about which month. I'm guessing October. I'm not going to completely speak for him, but I did say to them, like, hey, that's one aspect, but we'll figure what that's going to be looking like, and also what schedule's going through as well. And then where July is going to look like, and then every other month as far as the rest of the year, with a couple exceptions. Yeah, I think we'll have other perspectives about that, because I know Crusader64 was saying to me, we might be doing Kodelka earlier than I thought. I was thinking maybe October. We might be doing it earlier, but I'll keep you updated. And if there are any pertinent updates as far as that would be to the schedule before we do that, or before that recording is going to air for the off-screen thing we got, I'll let you know on future shows of ours, of the live ones. And then outside of that, yeah, as I said, not really too much else that I know right now, aside from the annual shows like the showcase, which we have in November for Thanksgiving weekend. Game show games. I still have to figure which ones I'm going to pull. So I'm going to collaborate with people and get a sense of which ones should we show, how do we do this. And since we're going to jump between consoles, it's not going to be as long of a showcase necessarily as last year's. Question on the planning, but we'll figure that as we go. And also other scoping sessions we got and other things specifically for that. I think for now, I think we're good as far as what we've got. But in that case, thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. Thank you for joining us for Kirby's Dream Course. Looking forward to coming back to Kirby eventually, as far as how it is. And also looking forward to everything else we got on the show. And also, the idea that we are recording content for you off-screen, particularly, because I do love doing it, but also a case of saying, I'm not going to leave my Super Bowl Game Saturday family hanging as well, even in this case when it's like, hey, we're taking time off. But also, you're going to like what we got, I guarantee you that, no question. And thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your support of our small independent gaming show. And we'll keep going. That's the idea. We love doing this, and we, of course, love doing the games you want to see as well. And the games that mean a lot to us, but also the games that mean a lot to you, and you telling your stories, and we tell you ours. And that's the idea of the show, and I thank you so much, as I always do, every week for it. Okay, with that, that's going to be the end of the program. Thank you again for watching. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend starting now, a great week coming forward. I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a scoping session on Okami for the PlayStation 2. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Take care, everybody.